Welcome back, one and all. I am the expert of experts, the master of disaster, the one and only voice here, Sonoma Gastrola, and we are back with a Zatsudan. Give me just a second, if you will. I don't know if it actually started or not, but anyways, welcome back, one and all. Expert of experts here. We are going to be doing a continuation of last week's Zatsudan. Give me just a second. Hello. Also, if you're wondering what this music is, I haven't heard this music in a long time. This is from Concealed Conclusion, which is a really old Ho-Ho fan game. And I forgot that I had this soundtrack. I've never played it. I actually don't even know how well it plays. It was like a very infamous Ho-Ho fan game back in the day. Anywho, last week we went through all of this. About like 3/4 of the stream was just the SNES, I swear. I swear 3/4 of the stream was the SNES. So, I'm starting an hour early. From here on out, I'm gonna start trying to do my streams at 3 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And give myself an extra hour. Lunar Nights, is that the Sakia Castlevania game? I don't own it, so yeah. Yeah, I don't own it. Alright, so we talked about the NES, we talked about the SNES, goes with the big two. We talked about the Genesis a little bit. We talked about a whole bunch of other consoles that, you know, I really don't know anything about. Look at all these consoles I've never touched. I've actually touched the Wii U once. Only once. And that was with Smash 4. And me and Theo and Gal Destroyer only played Smash 4 like one time. So, between Brawl and Ultimate, I only had Smash 4 once, so I had this big old, like, 4-6 year gap of no Smash. Anyways, we also talked about Game Boy, which I never played the console itself. I think we talked a little about the Xbox. We talked about the Dreamcast a little bit. So, after the SNES era, what do you think I went to after SNES? After the SNES, I believe there was only the N64 and PlayStation around that time frame, I think. If there was any other consoles that popped up around that time frame, I don't know what they are. I guess the Dreamcast soaked up around then too, huh? Did the Dreamcast show up around that time era? When did the Dreamcast first show up? Around the time that the N64 and PlayStation both came out. Well, I'm looking here and I see like 8888. I see 9. I'm assuming this is like a generation. So if that's true, the Game Boy Color came out around the same time. Apparently the 3DO came out around the same time, and the Jaguar CD. And the Saturn came out around that time. If I'm reading these correctly. Because it does look like these are the right, yeah, just like the time frames. So then what was number 1 then? If Atari is here, What was number... Oh, Pong was the first one, okay. Really? I started with the very first one? Huh. Man, I am ancient, then. Also let me know if the music's too loud. I'm gonna lower the music a little bit. So, after the SNES, I actually went with PlayStation. So, after so many years of going with NES and Super Nintendo, a whole bunch of Nintendo, I decided to branch off from a Nintendo and go with something new. Are you sure about that? I don't think it actually predates me. I think I'm around the same time that Pong actually showed up. But yeah, so I was like, you know what? I want to try something new. I've done so much Nintendo, let me try something new. So I decided, I had to decide between the PlayStation or the N64. And while the N64 did have some really good games on it, I'm not gonna lie, I am really, really glad that I went with PlayStation when I did. Because I believe when I went to PlayStation, that changed a whole lot of things for me. I feel like... Really? 72 is when Pong came out? What the heck? No way! 72? But yeah, if it wasn't for the PlayStation, I would not have gotten into fighting games as much as I did. I would not have gotten into RPGs as much as I did. I would not have gotten into, I would not have gotten into a whole bunch of things, honestly. A lot of things. I am checking the Discord. Oh, wow. Well, this is the home console port, too. This is the home console port that we're talking about. What else would I have not gotten into? Mostly fighting games and RPGs. That's mostly what, PlayStation got me into. Looking at my list over here. I'm looking at my list, and that's almost all that is on PlayStation that I've actually beaten is RPGs and fighting games. That's actually kinda hilarious. Let's start with the fighting games. So, the very first, fighting game for me was Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the SNES, right? I also did, Justice League, Task Force, and, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. The PlayStation, I don't remember what my first fighting game was on there. It might have been Street Fighter Alpha 3. And I did play Street Fighter Alpha 3 a lot. However, I also played, Lucio Blade. Lucio Blade I never owned. I actually played that a lot with Gal Destroyer back in the day. I played Destraga. And me and Gal Destroyer, here's an old story. Me and Gal Destroyer used to play the demo disc for Destraga a lot. It had 4 characters, I believe. It had PM, it had the Punch Dude, and it had, Wind Lady and Ice Lady. I don't remember their names. And it had, like, 2 stages. And back in the day, we played that game so much. Or the demo disc, we played so much. It was fun. Like, the demo disc was actually legit fun. And there were times where I would play demo disc at home by myself. And I enjoyed it. 1975, wow. I can't believe it was the 70s. And then, Destroyer one day bought the Strega off of, I think eBay or Amazon, I don't remember. It might have been eBay. And we tried it, and we absolutely hated it. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, when we tried the full game, it felt bad. I don't know why. Like, the full game felt so much worse than the demo. I can't explain it. Maybe it was the story mode that was really, really bad. Maybe it was just the way that all the other characters were. I don't know. But, like, really, if you look at a game at open disc tray, you can play the full game for certain games. Really? That's interesting, never knew that. I actually still have some demo discs somewhere. Ah, gotcha. So, Brazil Blade, Distrega, Street Fighter Alpha 3, here's one that most people probably didn't play. Beast Wars Transmetals. Yes, I actually own a Beast Wars game. Was it a good game? Not really. It was like a 3D arena fighter game. But, like, it was very simple. And it was very short if you were to play the full game. I might do a stream of it, but I don't know if that's going to get copyright claimed or not. I remember watching Beast Wars, I don't remember which Beast Wars. It was many, 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 many years ago. They were all animals, I remember that. I remember Optimus Prime being a gorilla, and there was a rhino, and stuff like that, and tarantulas. I can't remember which one that is. Other fighting games. I did play Brazil Blade 2. In Project Justice. Well, I have to be able to buy Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Rory. Keep that in mind. I don't have the money. So unless someone, like, gets it for me... I mean, I still gotta be able to get a job first, my dude. And you know how hard that is right now. But yeah, Brazil Blade 2... I didn't own. Yeah, Rat Trap, Rhinox, Silkboat, and Dinobot. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of that Beast Wars was. Here's another one that people probably didn't play back in the day. Digimon Rumble Arena. How many of you have played Digimon Rumble Arena? Because back in the day, when I used to play PlayStation a lot, I did play that one a lot. And I enjoyed Beast Wars, I'm stuck on Beast Wars. Digimon Rumble Arena. Is it jank? Yes! It's very jank. It is super jank. I've actually done it for my channel years ago. I've done a playthrough of every character, I think. If I recall. It's very, very jank. But it was fun to me back in the day. And I remember with one particular person, we would bet Digimon cards on, or Digimon cards or Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I don't remember, on the winner. So we would fight one another, and whoever won would get that card bet. And because I knew how to really, really cheese the system, I knew how to, you know, murder that game. Because here's the thing, it's like a Smash type game, right? There are pitfalls and stuff you can fall in. If you knock someone off a stage, if you time your attack just right, where they would spawn on the stage. You can continue your combo. And here's the fun thing. If you time it perfectly, you can grab them upon them respawning where they're supposed to respawn. And with some characters, this is an infinite loop. For example, War Greymon can infinite loop off of a throw on some stages. That's only if you know how to seize the game. If I were to play anyone in the chat, I would not do that, because that would not be as fun. Look, I don't want to seize people when I actually play them, okay? I'm not a big fan of doing, like, loops or infinites or stuff like that. Where's the fun in that? Other fighting games. Here's another fighting game. How many of you know of the fighting game Evil Zone? Anyone know of Evil Zone? Jessica L player. Jessica L. Look, my L felt was not very good, okay? My L felt was actually not that good at all. I just knew how to space with L felt. You have PTSD from L, but not from Gizzy? I would think Gizzy would give you more PTSD than L. But yeah, how many of you know of Evil Zone? It is a very old 3D-esque arena fighter. I know this costume stopped playing. That's why I'm like, why did L give you PTSD and not Gizzy? But, anyways. Evil Zone is a unique fighting game which uses one attack button. One attack button. You have one attack button and you have movement. And, in order to do other attacks, you have to do, like forward attack, back attack, down attack, or, in some cases, forward, down, back. There's no input like a Hadouken input. It's just directional movements, or double directionals. It's actually a pretty unique game. Raocow actually did play this. I also played it years ago, but the LP is so desynced because of how my computer was back then. And I think it was used Cam Studio back then too. I don't remember. Either Cam Studio or Camtasia. Other fighting games that I own and actually played. Actually, I didn't really own that many fighting games. Yeah, that's it. It's Evil Zone, Beast Wars, Transmetals, where'd it go? Digimon Rumble Arena and Street Fighter Alpha 3. Those were my 4 fighting games on the PlayStation. Now, other fighting games. I already mentioned Brazil Blade 1 and 2. I already mentioned Destraga. How about a fighting game called Urheis? Freaking Urheis. Oh my god, that game. That game, ugh. I did stream that. I did one stream of that. It was not a very good game. Urheis was really jank. It was unique. I mean, I would rather play... I actually know nothing about Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. I don't know anything about... I played Street Fighter Alpha 3 and Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. Those are the 2 versions I play. I know nothing about Upper. But, Urheis. I don't think I would have liked that game growing up. I mean, I probably would because I have Final Fantasy VII characters, and I'll get into Final Fantasy in a little bit. What do you mean you brought back Ingrid? Ingrid's only in Capcom Fighting Evolution. What interests me in the collection? Capcom vs. SNK 2, Power Stone. I want to try all of the games, actually. I never got to play Project Justice. I know Evolution is in there. I own Evolution on console, so... and I did play that a lot growing up, unfortunately. But yeah, I want to try everything in the Capcom Fighting Collection too. Other fighting games that I played on the PlayStation. I played Fatal Fury Wild Ambition. Anyone remember that when I streamed all the Fatal Furies? I don't know, SBC Chaos is probably better than Capcom Fighting Evolution in my opinion. Capcom Fighting Evolution is honestly really, really awful. SBC Chaos is at least playable. But yeah, Wild Ambition was like a 3D Fatal Fury game. It was unique. Yeah, I remember trying to choose, with lanes of Fatal Fury 2. I believe that was on PlayStation 2 that I played that. Speaking of Fatal Fury, there's also Real Bout Garo Densetsu Special Dominate His Mind. If no one knows what I'm talking about, that was a Japanese-only Fatal Fury. And it's the one that has White. If anyone remembers White, well, yeah. You want to talk about one of the cheapest final bosses in a fighting game? White's pretty cheap. White was really, really cheap. Mark of the Wolves? No, that's Garo. This is Real Bout Garo. But yeah, White was awful. Other fighting games. Marvel's Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, and X-Men vs. Street Fighter I've done on stream. I know both those are going to be the Marvel vs. Collection. I don't know if I would ever play those. Honestly, the only game I would play on the Marvel vs. Collection is Marvel vs. Capcom 2. That's my game, even though I'm terrible at Marvel vs. Capcom. Not gonna lie. Yeah, SNK bosses. You want to talk about bad bosses? You want to talk about bad AI? I introduced you to Mortal Kombat. Yeah, the Punisher. I wasn't expecting Punisher to show up on the Marvel vs. Collection, to be honest. That threw me for a loop. Other fighting games. Yeah, Magaki, Ignis. Yeah, Magaki, Ignis, those who are really, really bad. Other fighting games. There is Street Fighter the movie. I've done that on stream when I get all the Street Fighters. As well as Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, Street Fighter EX 2 Plus. The EX series was okay. Street Fighter the movie. Street Fighter the movie wasn't really that great. It was not very good at all, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Street Fighter the movie was just, Look, Rory, if I'm gonna do all of something, I'm gonna do all of something. And that's what I did with Fatal Fury, that's what I did with King of Fighters, that's what I did with Street Fighter. I did mention the Forbidden Game. Hey, I did go for Fatal Furies, you were there for that. I also did Soul Blade, which was the very first Soul Calibur game. It was something. It was definitely something. No, I haven't finished Metal Slug. I got a lot of stuff I need to get to. City of the Wolves. I would like to try City of the Wolves. I got a few series I need to finish. It's just gonna take me time to get them. But yeah, Soul Blade was really, really janky. And damage was stupid. Like, Siegfried did like 90% of your life in one hit. Like, what the heck, Siegfried? Just, yep, I hit you once, but there's 90% of your life. Okay, Siegfried. Thank you for that. Can you give me a slab of salami with pastrami? Give me some pepperoni. I want some pepperoni, you know? You know, speaking of, like, things like that, for those who don't know, I am part Italian. Right? I am part Italian. I am also part Irish. I am also part Polish. You know what all three of those have in common? You know what all three of those have in common? All three of those have really, really bad tempers in common. Irish, Italian, and Polish. They're all very angry, very easily. Oh, and, I mean, Rapaho as well. Also, I learned recently, and this is something I did not know until very, very recently. There is a fifth one thrown in there that I did not know about. Can you guess what that is? You will never guess what it is. So there's Italian, Polish, Irish, and Rapaho. What do you think the fifth one is? Take a wild guess. You will never guess. No guesses? No guesses, anyone? Well, even if you saw my face, it wouldn't give you any hint. How about Romanian? Bet you didn't see that one coming. I never saw that one coming either. I never saw that one coming. I'm like, what? Really? I am? Huh. All these years, and I never knew that. Interesting. Anywho, PlayStation. Other fighting games. There's only one other fighting game that I played on the PlayStation. Oh no, there's two. Sorry. No, there's three. So there's the King of Fighters 99. Really? The King of Fighters 99? Wasn't there more on the PlayStation? I must have played it on something else. I played it on something else, I know I did. Because I did 94 to 98. I don't remember what I did that on. But I did do King of Fighters 94 and 98. I don't remember much about the KOF series. Like, most of the KOF series blends together for me. They all play very similarly to me. The only real difference for me was the final boss. And some characters being there. So, like, I can't really comment on that. There was also Samurai Shodown Warriors Raids. Which, if I recall, was the 3D version. I don't remember much about that game. That's not the one with Siki, right? I think it might be the one with Siki. I can't remember. And the last one that I played. And I also did all the games I could of this series. Guilty Gear. The original Guilty Gear. And oh boy. Oh boy, was that game rough. Like, Guilty Gear had a very, very rough start. I'm not gonna lie. the AI would cheese you so hard in that game. Because you had infinite instant kill. If you knew how to do instant kill, you could just throw instant kill out 24/7. And that would just win the entire match. Not just the round, but the entire match. Well, I missed the Pachinko game. And I missed, like the pocket person. I know they want to go on your course. All the games back then wanted your course. But, like, this was also on the PlayStation. I don't remember if Guilty Gear was in the arcade or not. I'm assuming it was. But, it was definitely rough. Justice was a jerk. Justice was a really big jerk. Give me a second. And just get a Viking. Viking was so hard to get to because you couldn't lose a single round. And I think you had to play as Soul or Kai. Maybe it was just Soul. But, like, you had to play as them in order to fight Viking. And well, no, you can get only one shot. I think you can refight Viking as much as you wanted. But yeah, that was all my fighting games. Soul and Kai and Never Lose. Right. I remember when I did it on stream, I had to use save states. Because they just cheated. Like, the AI would literally just instant kill you in the middle of your combos. So, other games for the PlayStation. I mentioned PlayStation being where I started with fighting games, with Street Fighter Alpha 3 being the big one, Digimon Rumble Arena, Evil Zone. Those were the big three for me, and I forget what the other one was now. But the other thing that PlayStation did for me was it started the RPG genre for me. Yes, I did say Super Mario RPG was my first RPG, but all of my major RPGs come from the PlayStation era. The first being Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII. By the way, this song you're hearing right now is used in Ho-Ho Fantasy. So if you recognize the song from Ho-Ho Fantasy, yes, it came from Conceal the Conclusion. And this song originally was used for Patchy's battle theme. Anyways, so FF7, I mentioned this a long time ago in a couple other shot scans, but what got me into FF7 was Downstroyer. I remember watching him fight Emerald Weapon. And I remember being enamored by Emerald Weapon. And the graphics. And I'm like, wow, look at all these graphics. Wow, you hit 4-digit numbers? Wow, that boss just did 9999 damage to you. And all that other stuff. Like, I was amazed by FF7 way back when. And I remember playing it at another buddy's house, from King's house. FF7 just hold up. I think maybe not for graphics, but I think FF7 is still fine. Like, it's a game I can still personally go back to and play. Like, yeah, it's not like the best RPG ever. It is just okay. As an FF7 fan, I can admit it's just okay. Like, the story's not bad. It's honestly kind of just mediocre. Do I have nostalgia? Do I have nostalgia, Rory, when I'm calling the story mediocre? I'm calling the story mediocre. There's a lot of things in it that just, like, I understand what they're trying to do, but, like, it's strung together in such a way that it's like, did this really have to happen this way? You know? And honestly, the gameplay, for me, is super easy. if you know how to play, if you know how to do the gameplay, it's honestly super easy. Like, you can literally beat most of the game by holding, the half button. I kid you not, you can literally beat the game by just holding the half button. Give me a second, I'm gonna check something. But yeah, I was just enamored by FF7, and FF7 is my most played RPG of all time. I have played FF7, no joke, over 100 times. Over 100 times I've played FF7. I have speedran it. I think my fastest time is around 14 hours. Not all at once, but like overall, because, you know, I was a kid. I needed sleep. I had school and stuff. But I have done about 14 hours. I think maybe 16 hours, somewhere around that time frame, is how fast I can do FF7. And that includes a 100% run, where I get at least one of every item. So I did know the game really well. Now, there are people who can do it even better than me. Garland the Great knows the game way better than me. But yeah, I know the game like the back of my hand, just about. And even with knowing the game as well as I do, I have learned new stuff about it in recent times. Like, how you can duplicate your higher materia. All the materia you have, you can duplicate like every materia, including Knights of the Round, if you know how to do the trick. You can also, spoilers, there are going to be spoilers, you can also have Aerith throughout the entire game. There is a way to make it so you actually can have Aerith for the entire game. It involves a very complex way of doing it, but you can actually do it. Where, after a point in the game, you can have Aerith from that point onwards at the very end of the game. Other Final Fantasy games, I actually played all my Final Fantasies on PlayStation. So, Final Fantasy 7 was my first. I also played Final Fantasy 8. Which I was also enamored with. I really liked the Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, there was a way to resurrect people. There was a way to do really weird stuff. And it involved a very old glitch, which was the Yuffie Warp glitch. Where, if you utilize the Yuffie Warp with multiple save files, you can warp specific points in that game from another save file, and you can play from that point in the game with different flags, and through that method, you can set flags for later in the game that will affect how that part of the game played. It was wild, man. It was really wild. I see that my connection is trying to be wonky for some reason. But yeah, FF8. We'll get to things like that in a little bit, Hate. Trust me. But FF8. I remember playing FF8 a lot, and I mentioned this in the past too. I remember one night I was playing FF8. This was during when I was talking about all the FF, Zatsudan. I played FF8 late at night. This was during the school week. And I was grinding cactars on, in the desert, in Kosovo Desert. And this was at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And because I only have one eye, I didn't notice someone to my left. So, for some reason, I felt like looking to my left, right? And I noticed a shadow in the doorway. And it was my mom. just stands there with her arms crossed. And we looked at each other for like a few seconds. And the only thing that came out of my mouth was, "Can I save my game, please?" And she was like, "You have a lot of guts to ask that." One of the few memories I have of FF8 was that one particular memory. I think I did save it. I did think I saved it. Because I think I did it before she, had me turn it off. But yeah, I did do that FF7 a lot here where I would play at night. That's how I beat Emerald and Ruby Weapon was, I beat them at night. At like 2 o'clock in the morning. But, FF8 I remember liking a lot back in the day. But as time went on, and to this day, FF8 is not, to me, is not really that good of an RPG. Like, it has an okay story. It has a better story than FF7 in my opinion. I know, hot take. Wow, you said the story's better than FF7? But, like, overall, like, let me rephrase. Up until halfway through the game, the story is better than FF7. The second half of the game's story is worse than FF7's, I think. If that makes sense. And I feel like FF8 is even more broken than FF7 because of the junction system. If you know how to do the junction system, you break the game immediately. The problem is knowing how to do the junction system because it's not intuitive. It's really not. Knowing what junctions work with what is really, really annoying, to say the least. It is unique in the fact that enemies level up with you. Final Fantasy Tactics does that too, but that's a tactics game. And I think in my first playthrough, and I'm sure a lot of people, like everyone had this happen in their first playthrough, where they would level up a lot, and they were like, why is the game suddenly so difficult? Like, why is everything, like, just hitting so hard? I didn't get to watch Koyori's, FF8 stream last night because I was watching Callie, finishing up Persona 3 Remake. I know when, Koyori stopped, it was just before, the assault of, Galvadia Garden. And when I last saw, before I went to bed, it was at Esther. So, I don't know how far she got. She got really far in one day. Like, in 8 hours from Galvadia Garden all the way to Esther. That feels like a lot done. That's like a full disc and a half, almost 2 discs she did in one day. No, that wouldn't have been a full disc in one day she almost did. But anywho, after FF8, I did FF9, and I love FF9. FF9 is probably one of my favorite FFs. Like, I just love it. The only thing I don't like about FF9 is how slow the battle system is. I'm sure anyone that plays FF9 will agree that the battle system is way too slow. It's way too slow. It takes way too long to get through fights. It takes way too long for fights to start. It's just, It is the best PS1 games, yes, I agree. I will say one of the things that was kinda annoying was trying to find the hidden treasures. Because sometimes, like, finding the treasures was not intuitive at all. They're just like the most random spots. And if you want to 100% that game, uh, 100% in FF9. It's not happening, man. Unless you know that game in and out, you're not 100%ing it. It hurts. Excalibur 2, on top of getting everything else, is awful. Again, some of the mini-games. I know the timer can roll over, but like, it takes like 2 years for it to roll over. I think it legitimately takes 2 years of it. No, it takes like 2 years for it to roll over. Or like a year of it being on constantly to roll over. But like, I love the characters, I love the story, Hello! How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I was gonna mention the jump rope mini- oh god. Oh my god, you have to mention the jump rope. Why did you have to mention that demon of a minigame? I've never done the 1000 jumps of that minigame. I don't know how people do it. Like, the jump rope minigame is, like, awful. Like, dude, why? Like, I want to pull my hair out on it. It's awful. You know what else is awful? What is it? Heteramaster. Like, Heteramaster is so bad. Like, if you want to get all the cards, good luck. Heteramaster is bad. You want to play a card game? Go play Triple Triad. BN5? What's BN5? What's BN5? Battle Network 5? Dude, 1000 jump ropes is terrible. Like, okay, it is Battle Network, I was right. Like, trying to jump, and here's the thing. I think even after a point where it speeds up, I think it slows down. It's a trophy achievement? Are you joking? Are you for real? No way. No way they actually did that. No way they're sadistic enough to make that a trophy. Oh my god, why? You know what else was annoying to perfect? The freaking very first minigame, the play minigame where you have to impress the nobles. Try to get a 100 score in that. That is also aggravating as hell to get a perfect in. Because the timing is so strict, and you have to be perfectly on point in order to get that 100. And sometimes it just didn't give it to you. It's just like, I guess you're not gonna get it. It's like, why? But why? I will say though, one of the things about FF9 that I didn't really enjoy was how some of the characters play. Like, I never use Freya. Like, I don't even know how good Freya can be. Because I just don't care about Freya. Like, Freya is introduced in such a way that it's just like, do I even really care about Freya? Not really. It's like in FF8, like, do I really care about Selphie? Not really. Like, see, Steiner with a spear, but like, I feel like Steiner is amazing as a character, and amazing as, you know, a playable character. Both in battle and out battle, Steiner is amazing. Freya? I don't know. And then you have Garnet, who, didn't really care much about Garnet as a character. But later on, I appreciate Garnet as a character. Like, I think the reason why I didn't care about Garnet as a character early on was I didn't care much for her, mightier than thou attitude early on in the game, right? But as I got older, and I look at the story now, it makes sense. Because, you know, that's how she was raised. She was raised as a princess. You know, she's gonna have that attitude, you know? No one uses Amaranth. I use Amaranth. I love using Amaranth. Amaranth's amazing. Like, pair Amaranth with mages, and he's God here. Like, you don't need Ethers with Amaranth. Is it Amaranth or is it Amaranth? I don't know. I call them both. Like, he has Revive, which is amazing. He has Chakra, which is amazing. No Mercy is a pretty good non-elemental damage move. But ultimately, when I do my final party, it's usually, well, you have to use Zatsudan, usually. Zatsudan, Aiko, BB, and Steiner. Because that's just the A-team. Every now and then I might replace Steiner with Amaranth, but like, Steiner is so great. Dude, Chakra is so good. Not only for the HP restore, but the MP restore. Like, the MP restore is why I love using Amaranth. And then he has Auto Life. Wait, does he have Auto Life? Maybe that's only in trance. But, like, he's got a really good kit. But, like, BB is really good. The funny thing about BB is, at first, I didn't like using BB when I first played the game. Mostly because, back then, I didn't like spending resources on, like, MP. I'm like, man, I have to use MP, and if I run out of MP, all I have is, like, a hack, I'm gonna have to use Ethers to heal MP, and blah blah blah. So I didn't use BB very much back then. But I will use BB now, because, like, he's so good. Like, his magic attacks are so freaking strong. And the fact that focus makes him even better, and doesn't wear off, is like, it's so great. Well, I mean, you saw how I did Persona. I am actually using SP in Persona. Because I know you need to, use your resources in Persona. That's how I got up to floor 22. Yeah, I know they are. I saw that from when I watched Callie. And I have a PS1 copy of FF9. I have a PS1 copy of all the FF games, except for Happens. But yeah, FF9, my favorite FF in, the PlayStation era. Now, I did say, I did play all the FFs on, PlayStation, right? So that includes, Final Fantasy Origins, which was FF1 and 2. I still have my PS1 collection. But, FF1 was honestly super difficult for me when I first played it. Honestly, now, FF1 is nothing. But, like, the PS1 version was super difficult when I played it. I only beat it once. And the only reason I got the final boss was because I quick-saved scum. Because I was like, man, everything's so hard, and you run out of, like, magic charges so fast. And then FF2 I never beat originally on console. I got the final boss, but I couldn't beat him. I just flat out couldn't beat him. I didn't know about Blood Sword, so I couldn't use Blood Sword. It was honestly a really, really rough time. I did beat FF2 later on, so don't worry. I did beat FF2. I think it was Final Fantasy Chronicles, was at FF4, and I loved FF4. I did play FF4 a lot. Which is funny because I remember when I went to play some SNES games on PlayStation, I was like, oof, this is really hard to go back to these graphics. And I'll get into that when I actually get into the game that made me do that. But FF4 was after that. And I loved FF4. And I still say Rydia's the best character in FF4. And I know some people are gonna be like, ew, you like Rydia? Really? You think Rydia's the best looking character in the game? Ew. And it's like, don't take that the wrong way, people. Like, I know how people are gonna be with that. I do think Rydia's the best character in the game. Both as a character, and, you know, both as a playable character and as a story character. And in terms of looks, yeah, adult Rydia is the best looking character. Let me clarify that. Because I know how some people are gonna be. I do remember having troubles with some spots in FF4. Like, Game of Wool did wool me for a little bit. The final boss rolled me for a little bit. I can't remember where else got me stuck. But FF4 was a really good game. And along with FF4, there was Chrono Trigger. And can I tell you how much I wish I grew up with Chrono Trigger? I would have loved that game growing up on the SNES. But I played it on the PlayStation, and for those who don't know, if you're going to play Chrono Trigger, play it on the SNES. Don't play it on the PlayStation. Because the PlayStation is riddled with load times. Like, severely bad load times. And it drags it out. Like, it will literally take you like 10 to 15 seconds to get in a fight. I'm not even joking. And transition between screens takes like a couple seconds longer. You're talking about the Game Boy Advance version hate. Get a DS copy? Well, as long as you don't do the DS exclusive stuff, then yeah, get the DS version. Get the DS version. Just don't do the DS exclusive content. Because, yeah. But yeah, I love Chrono Trigger. I loved all the characters. It's harder. I don't remember it being harder. But, I'm gonna confess something, guys. And this is something I don't normally confess because you wouldn't think I would say something like this. And this is something that Downstroyer can attest to. Growing up, Marl from Chrono Trigger was a character that I actually did have a crush on. Yes, I'm not kidding you. That was one of my very early video game crushes. And I say that as someone who doesn't feel that way about characters for like many, many, many years. Like, I'll like characters, but I won't have like a crush on them. Marl was one of the very early ones. Our SNES version was the easy mode. Was it really? I don't remember the DS one being any different, except for, you know, the twin golems. Screw the twin golems. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I like Marl so much. It baffles me. It really does. It's the same thing with, like, Hera. It's probably why I like Hera so much, but, like, we'll get to that later. But yeah, I played Chrono Trigger a lot. I remember there was a time where I would, like, play through the game, beat the game, and I would see how fast I could speedrun New Game Plus. Fun fact, I speedran New Game Plus from start to finish, like, I think 3 or 5 times in one day. I actually sat down from morning until I had to go to bed and speedran New Game Plus multiple times in a row. Yes, I was that bored as a young boyling. I kid you not. Oh, were you talking about, FF4 with the, easy mode? I thought you were talking about Chrono Trigger. Because we were talking about Chrono Trigger when you said, DS version was harder. I mean, we'll talk about the DS version. We will when we get there, but, yeah. So, I talked about struggling with old game graphics on the PlayStation. So, the first game I played that made me, go, ugh, this is really, really hard to go back to. I think it was FF5. And I remember playing it, I'm like, how am I gonna stomach these graphics? And I kept playing it, and I'm like, I can keep playing this. I used to play the SNES. This shouldn't be that bad for me. And I enjoyed FF5. I like FF5. I think FF5 is a good game. It really is. The PlayStation version, not so much. It did give us some things like why burn. And when I say why burn, I don't mean why burn, like W-Y-B-E-R-N. I mean why burn, as in Y space B-U-R-N. Yes, that was the name of the Wyvern enemy in the PlayStation version. Wyvern. And let's not forget Pirate Speak Forest. In every other version of FF5, Forest speaks normally. In the PlayStation version, Forest speaks like in Pirate Speak, and it's the only character to do that in the whole game. And let me tell you, you'd like better graphics for FF9 background? Yeah. DS Chrono Trigger is not, yeah, the extra content in DS Chrono Trigger was awful. I do like, I don't know, I like the Game Boy Advance FF5, yeah. I like the Game Boy Advance version the best. But yeah, the translations in FF5 PlayStation were bad. Load times were bad. I don't know if it was my game disc or something, but sometimes opening the menu too fast would glitch the graphics like super hard that in order to fix the graphics, I had to restart the entire game. Like, it was just like color vomit everywhere and I couldn't see anything. But yeah, I like the characters in FF5. I love Galuf. Galuf is like my favorite character. I also like Lena. Now, you'd be like, did you have a crush on Lena? No. No, I didn't. Okay? It was only Marl and Hera back then. As far as I'm aware. I don't remember anyone else. But anywho, let me think. After FF5, I did do FF6. And the graphics were definitely a lot better. And I enjoyed FF6 a lot. I did replay FF6 a few times. Not as much as the other FFs. Now, FF2, I only played, like, once on console. FF1, I played, like, once or twice on console. So, I did play FF5 or FF6 more than those. But I still didn't play as much as FF4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. For some reason. I did enjoy the games. Yeah, the S version, like, honestly, like, FF6 gameplay felt kinda very static. Yeah, everyone ends up the same, but, like, you play through the game almost in the exact same way, really. And that's kind of the problem that like, a lot of FFs have this problem, where you play it the exact same way every single time, just about. And that's probably a problem with a lot of RPGs in general, like, Chrono Trigger, you play the exact same way. Super Mario RPG, you basically play the exact same way. But, like, FF6 is very much that. Yeah, FF5, you had the class system to switch things up. FF7, there was the materia system, but, like, materia was so, like, not needed, really. Because you can just go with, like, enemy skill and break the game. And just regular attack and stuff. FF8, you had the Zatsudan system. You didn't really have to do anything in FF8. FF9 was very similar to FF4. So, you played FF9 almost the exact same way. Yeah, FF8 had the best control Zatsudan system. Like, I got to the point with FF8 where I would just grind at the start to get card with Squall. And yeah, I just never leveled Squall. Squall would stay, like, level 7 the entire game. I would just card everything, and when I get Diablos, I get no encounter. I would just use no encounter. Like, there's never a reason to ever fight enemies in that game. And if I ever redo FF8 for my stream, and that's if I do, I need to get a remaster version. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Like, do people want to see me actually fight stuff and play the game? Or do people want me to play it my way and break the game? Actually, what do you guys prefer? If I were to replay games, any of the old games, any of the old FF games, that would include the Pixel Remaster for FF1 through 6, and the Steam version for 7, 8, and 9. Would you want me to break the games, or would you want me to legit play the games as they're supposed to be played? Ask in the chat right now. Give me just a second, if you will. 1 second. I'm checking something real quick. Gotta clean up something real quick. And I also gotta check this real quick. So give me just a second, guys. Snap the games in half. Give me just a second, if you will. I'm checking something real quick. Alright. Where is it? So how I break the game with exploits, okay? So I see who people say break the games. You like seeing the game? So, here's the thing. With FF8, I know how to break the game at the very beginning, making card, making Quetzalcoatl high enough that Quetzalcoatl can actually one-shot X8-Hemo92. Yes, I actually killed X8-Hemo92 in like one shot with Quetzalcoatl. I know how to, or at least I remember, how to break Triple Triad so that you never had any of the extra rules. So no random, no same, no elemental, no same wall. I can abolish those rules throughout all the game, except the lunar phase, because that's impossible to really do at the lunar phase. So getting Alexander card up there is like stupidly hard. No, not Alexander. No, I think it was Alexander. It was Alexander and Laguna up there. And then just getting like Kiragas at the very start of the game. Yeah, I know how to do that. I know how it sees Omega weapon without Invincibles. I used to, anyways. I used to be able to fight Omega weapon without Invincibles or Holy Wars or whatever. FF7, I know how to super break. I mean, FF7's very easy to break. FF9's actually kind of hard to break. I'm gonna be real and tell you, FF9 is very, very hard for me to break. That is a game I don't know well enough to break. Meltdown is OP, yes. FF6, I kinda know how to break a little bit. FF5, I'm learning how to break. For those of you who saw my, FF5 mix, tutorial. Yeah, I'm learning that, because that's how you break the game a little bit, with the chemist, class. There's other ways to break FF5 that I already know, but yeah. FF4, kinda easy to break a little bit. FF1, easy to break. So yeah, there's all of that. Yeah, old and death level 5, you can do that. You can also raise enemies' levels to be equal to multiple of level 5. Somehow, which is really hard. Let me look here. Okay, so that's all for Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy Tactics is the last Final Fantasy. Fun story. Gal Destroyer tried to get me to play Final Fantasy Tactics for like years and years and years and years. And I just didn't want to play Final Fantasy Tactics. I died in the tutorial of Final Fantasy Tactics, okay? I was really bad at it, but I died in the tutorial. And I didn't want to play it. I was like, I died in the tutorial. I don't want to play this. This is not my type of game. It wasn't until many, many years later when I streamed the game and actually tried. And I was like, you know what? This game's actually kind of good. It's kind of addicting. Yeah, that's what I did. I leveled up, and I bullied. I bullied so hard. And you want to talk about C's, a PlayStation version, there's a way to duplicate weapons. So you get, like, infinite Excaliburs. You can get, like, infinite JP. There was ways to break FFP. But I love FFP. Also, Ultima. Too bad we didn't get to see Ultima enough. Or too much, right? Stupid sexy Ultima. That you don't really get to see very much. We don't even get to see Ultima in 3D. We see like every other FF character in 3D, including Ramsa, but no Ultima. They know. They know. They know. That would be too much for 3D. Anyways, other RPGs. There is Valkyrie Profile, which I stand by being one of the great RPGs. It was too much for young Xeno. It was. But Valkyrie Profile. This is another one where a crust came from. How many of you actually played Valkyrie Profile? How many of you in chat have played it? By the way, Valkyrie Profile, really great game. It's a very unique game, too. It does get repetitive, I won't tell you. Yes, it does get repetitive. But it is, the one with Lenneth. Also, it's got like a 1 hour intro before you actually play the game. It has a 1 hour intro. Persona 3 had like a 2 hour intro, it felt like. But yeah, do you remember Aelia? Hate? Do you remember the character Aelia? You never made that far past the intro? Well, Aelia was one of those characters, alongside Marl and Hera. So, if you don't know who Aelia is, go look it up on, like, a Valkyrie Profile wiki or something. I really like that character. I don't know why. In terms of combat, she wasn't really that great, and all the characters in that game didn't really have much of a story. They had, like, one arc, and that was it. Outside of, like, some characters like Lizard and, Argrim. Those were, like, the only two characters that really had more stuff in the story. I liked Argrim. Argrim was, like, an amazing character to me. That's Big Sword Guy, by the way. Beating it on all difficulties. Yeah, I've beaten it on all difficulties. I've done all the endings. Did you do the bag ending? Did you do the ending when you had to fight Freya? By the way, there's a bad ending where if you do it wrong, you have to fight Freya. So, here's a fun thing. I used a Game Shark and see something about Valkyrie Profile. I wanted to see what happens if you beat Freya, right? So, I fought Freya, and I beat Freya. What do you think happens when you beat her? Like, you get EXP and everything for beating Freya, by the way. It continues on as though you lost a Freya. That's what happens. So, you still game over even if you beat Freya. Yeah, it still counts as a loss. Fun fact! I have a lot of things to talk about with Valkyrie Profile. If you're trying to get the true ending for Valkyrie Profile, have fun. Because the game is so obtuse about what you have to do in order to get the true ending. Like, it's really, really, really precise about the true ending. If you miss just one part of it, you're not getting that true ending. To this day, I still have to look at a guide and see how to get the best ending. Because it's obtuse. It's very easy to get one particular step and ruin the whole thing. So, if I do, why are you 1.4p? If I do, redo Valkyrie Profile, which I do intend on doing at some point, I am going to be having a guide, because trying to do that without a guide, yeah, no, it's not happening. Not to mention there's some dungeons that are really, really annoying without a guide. You know which dungeons I'm talking about, Haku? Haku knows. Haku knows of the academy with the different plants. Yeah, the plants, when you have to have different scents and you got time limit to get the next scent in order to get to, yeah, Salerno Academy. Ugh. And Aryan Rod Labyrinth. Do you remember Aryan Rod Labyrinth? I think that's the map dungeon. Yeah. And then Aryan Rod Labyrinth, which is the map dungeon. So we got Salerno Academy, Aryan Rod Labyrinth, and everyone's favorite dungeon. Are you ready? Are you ready? What do you think I'm gonna mention? What dungeon could I possibly mention? How about Clockwork Mansion? I think it's Mansion. It might be Clockwork Manor. Anyone remember Clockwork Manor? Give me a second, guys. I need to check something. I need to find the other one. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta check something. Where'd the old one go? Hold on. Give me a second. I need to check this. Scroll down. I think that looks a lot better. Yes, yes. Whoops, that does look. Okay. Ah! I had to respond to something. That certain room, yes, that room. Screw that room. That room is easily the worst area in the game. I hate that room with passion. Oh my god, I hate that room with passion. But yeah, Alia, one of my early video game crushes, comes from that game. You know who else I like using a lot? I really like using, I used Orgrim like all the time. I used, Ew, that does sound terrible. I used Orgrim. I used... Who did I use for the mage? I don't remember if I used, Yume. It might have been Yume I used, the mermaid. I think that's who I used for my mage for most of the game. Until I got, like, Mystina. And then I used, like, my mage is switched off a lot. And then I used Lessard whenever I get Lessard, because who doesn't use Lessard? Bring it there to die! Open the gates to Niflheim. More souls await. I never played Suikoden, nope. Never played Suikoden. Did you like that, Lady Valkyrie? Celestial Castle? Oh my gosh, that was the one where you, if you fall off the map, you get booted out the whole dungeon. That's the one with, like, Guinevere, right? As the boss. Like, stupid, sexy Guinevere. Also, if you really want to break the game, if you go in one of the, like, optional pits, do you remember those optional pits that would spawn Haku? Where if you go in them, you jump down and you, like, fall, like, all the way down the bottom. But if you hug left or right, you might go into, like, a cave or something. Yeah, Cave of Oblivion. Like, if you go in there, at one particular cave, I don't remember if it's a particular cave or if it's RNG, you could get a special wand for a mage that will allow you to use, like, great magic, but it has a chance to break. But if you don't ever use the great magic, it will never break, and it has, like, stupid magic power to it. So it's like, it's best to never use great magic. You would just use the regular magic and just obliterate everything. It's just like, yep, here's my regular magic. Have some Mystic Cross. By the way, I love using Prismatic Missile and Mystic Cross. Those are like my two favorite spells to use. Once I get Mystic Cross, that's all I use. Because the great magic is so good. By the way, hey, question for you. Do you know what Mystic Cross turns into as a great magic? Because this is used in Ho-Ho Fantasy. A lot of abilities that the fragments use, like yep, it is Celestial Star, and Celestial Star is Hope's ultimate move in Ho-Ho Fantasy. It's not as busted as in Valkyrie Profile, and it's a different animation, but yes, Celestial Star comes from Valkyrie Profile. There's a couple other things that I use in, Ho-Ho Fantasy that comes from Valkyrie Profile, too. I also really like using a Meteor Swarm, but, Shadow Serpent kinda sucks. I don't like using Shadow Serpent. Also, Mystic Cross is great for building up the, PWS meter for everyone else. Give me just a second. Also, speaking of Valkyrie Profile, when I first played it, and I don't know if you did this in Haku, I remember at some point in the game, I could not kill enemies. And I could not kill bosses, like, at all. And so I kept skipping dungeons, and eventually I got the final dungeon of the game, which was the back dungeon with, Sir, in, Jotunheim. And I was, like, level 20, so it was impossible for me to beat the game. Because I was at level 20 at the end of the game. I was like, how do I do anything? Everything just kills me. Why am I dying? So I never went back and level up in all dungeons. You did FF4's final dungeon at 30? Ugh. That's rough, buddy. That's really rough. So yeah, the first playthrough was a bust. Because I was like level 20 at the final dungeon. Is that the DS version or the Game Boy Advance version, hate? Because the DS version, I feel real sorry for you. But, here's a fun story. So, you mentioned doing, Seraphic Gate on hard. Did you do Seraphic Gate without looking at the screen, Haku? Now, this is with Dimension Slip, so you didn't get any random encounters, because I don't think you're gonna get through Seraphic Gate without fighting anything, without looking at the screen. I played Seraphic Gate so much, and I proved this with, buddies. They watched me do this live, not on stream, but like IRL. Well, I had my eyes closed and I wasn't looking at the screen, and from start to finish, I got to the final boss. From start to finish, I got through Seraphic Gate without looking at the screen. How? I don't know. I think I just played the game a lot. Give me just a second. But yeah, I love Valkyrie Profile. If you haven't played it, play it. But if you're gonna play it, have a guide on hand. Because if you want to get to the best ending, you're gonna need a guide. So, that is, Valkyrie Profile. Other RPGs that I did play, I never owned Valkyrie Profile. I borrowed that from a buddy of mine. Other RPGs. The PSP version of Valkyrie Profile. It's basically a port with, animated cutscenes, if I recall. Other RPGs. Let me look at my list. Breath of Fire 3. So, Breath of Fire 3 I never owned. I did this on stream. It's a PS4 5 version of Valkyrie Pro. There is? Huh, interesting. Is it the same at... What do you mean version of Valkyrie Profile? Of the original? But, Breath of Fire... Ah, gotcha. Breath of Fire 3. I thought Breath of Fire 3 was an okay game. Would I place it as one of my favorite, RPGs? Yep, football season's in, just starting. I can hear Papa Nomic upstairs yelling at the, Ohio State game. Anywho, Breath of Fire. It was an okay game. Like, the Breath of Fire series is a weird series. I mean, where it's not a bad series. It's just kinda, you know, okay. You know? Like, I do like some of the characters. I do like some of the story. The gameplay is kinda you know? But like, it wasn't bad. It was still better than Breath of Fire 1. Breath of Fire 2, Breath of Fire 3 are better than Breath of Fire 1 by far. And I do like Nina. Nina is the best girl. But I think Breath of Fire 2 Nina is better than Breath of Fire 3 Nina. Learning system was there. Learning system? What was the learning system? I don't remember what the learning system was. Blue magic? Why do I not remember this? You have to be at EX to learn the enemy. I don't remember this. Why do I not remember this? I never used it? Oh. I was about ready to say, I'm like, I don't ever remember this being a thing. Like, who has this? Like, did Ryu have this? Did every character have this? Like, who had it? You have to hit salmon enemies while they do certain moves. Ah. Okay. So, yeah. I might make the game a little bit more easier if I did that, yeah. But yeah, it was just an okay game. It wasn't anything super, you know, great or anything. Other RPGs. It was just Blue Magic. Gotcha. So, I have 2 more RPGs. Technically 3. Are you ready for this? Here we go. What could these RPGs be? I think Breath of Fire 2 was okay. Breath of Fire 2 had some issues here and there, but I mean, I think all Breath of Fires had issues here and there. But yeah, what RPG series do you think I'm gonna mention for the PlayStation? It's not Final Fantasy. It's not Breath of Fire. Grease was minigames. Yeah. More has the same issue. Gotcha. So, it was mentioned earlier. And I'm gonna say this here. And I will give you my opinion of it. Digimon World. I said it. This is a game I own. Back then, I did play this game quite a bit. And back then, guess what? I think I also did this on stream. I know how to break the game. I know how to break the game in terms of getting stats and stuff. If it says anything, at one point in history, I remember playing my sister's play, yeah, I knew how to do everything. At one point in history, I played my sister's save file. And I played it from the start of the game. And I beat the game with the very start in Digimon. So, I played with the start in Digimon. No, I didn't have the strategy guide. I never owned the strategy guide for the game. I just played it enough to know how to do it. So, I beat the game from the start of the game to the end of the game with the start in Digimon before it died. So, the Digimon I beat that with, I believe was, Metal Mamemon. I believe I did it with. I want to say it was Metal Mamemon. Now, I never actually 100% hit the game on console. I did that on stream because, oh boy. If you're gonna try and 100% that game, you're gonna drive your... Too much... Buggy crap. Yeah, the game was buggy. The game was so buggy. Like, it was so easy to soft lock. It was so easy to crash. Like, there's spots where... There's spots where if you enter an area at the wrong time, it will just soft lock and you can't move or anything. There's a way to grind money, like, stupidly easily. I remember having, like, max money. And I remember there's, like, in-game achievements for Digimon World. And one of them is getting max money, which takes for freaking ever. It takes forever to get max money. Oh, really? If it's just those bugs to make the game better? One of the pet peeves I also have with Digimon World is how slow it is. Like, you know how I talked about FF9 being slow? You know how I talked about the PS version of Chrono Trigger being slow? Digimon World 1 has that issue where it would take forever to get between screens. It would take forever to get in and out of fights. It dragged on. Like, probably a tenth of your gameplay time is just loading. I'm not even joking. Like, a tenth of your time is probably due to loading. And sometimes it was just loading the fight, you stand there, standing up, and then your character has to run like, all the way to a spot before you fought. Speaking of Digimon World 2, I actually owned that game. Now that's a game that downstream your lights, but has never beaten. And I know why, it's a very long game. It is a dungeon crawler RPG. And, I do like Digimon World 2, it just takes way too long. It takes so much time to get through. Like, if you don't have the right level Digimon, or the right skills sometimes, you're not getting through those dungeons. Or if you don't have the right items at the right moments, you're not getting through those dungeons. I've only beaten the game once. I beat the game one time. And you know how long it took me to beat the game once? It took me 6 months to beat the game once. I'm not even joking. 6 months to beat the game. That's what's making me hesitant about doing it on stream. Because I know it's going to take forever to finish it on stream. And I don't even know how many people would even want to see it on stream. Because it's not really that interesting. It's really not. That's another game that suffers from taking too long to get through. Like, battles are really sluggish. They're really slow. Yeah, one part of your Digimon goes poo, better hit the autopilot. And you know what? You know what else was annoying, Haku? You talk about the Digimon. Do you remember the money bugs? Do you remember those bugs? Like, the bug drops on you and saps your money, right? A bug drops on you and saps your energy. The biggest troll bug is the one that will take your Digimon and send them back to town. So if you want to get that Digimon back in your party, you have to leave the entire dungeon. And sometimes that bug will not leave until A, you have to cure and remove it, which you probably don't, or B, you lose all your Digimon. I've had that happen where I got stuck with one Digimon because it would not leave. And the worst part is, sometimes these traps are going to be right in the way of where you have to go. And it's so frustrating. Now, you can hit a button to reveal traps, but A, that uses up a turn. It doesn't use up energy, but it uses a turn. Meaning, if there's any enemy Digimon, they're gonna get their turn and move towards you. But here's the thing. You wanna check for traps. Because you don't wanna run into any of those bugs. Or take damage. Or lose a Digicard. So, you're always in a room hitting the button before you move. So you hit the button before entering the room, you enter the room, hit the button on all spots around you, move, etc., etc., and then there are the treasure chests, which are trapped sometimes. Not to mention, if you want to recruit Digimon, you need to have, like, the special items, and you usually want toy planes, because most of the time, all the other items don't really help. And it's infuriating sometimes, because you would spend time getting their heart up to max, and then you would fight them, and then you wouldn't get them. And it's like, bro, really? Really? I had that happen with Metal Greymon. You remember Metal Greymon? I had that happen to him. And it sucked. Also, fun fact. I don't know if you've ever seen this Haku. I have never seen it personally. And I'm wondering if this is actually a thing. In the 100 floor optional dungeon. By the way, that floor takes like 6 hours to get through. I kid you not, it takes like 6 hours to get through the 100 floor dungeon. Do you remember that 100 floor dungeon? It's awful. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Hera Domain is so bad. I couldn't remember the name of it. But, do you remember the final boss of Hera Domain? Or should I say, the lack of a final boss? How you would get to the 100th floor and there's nobody there? Have you ever seen a boss on that floor? Like, ever? Out of all the times I've done that dungeon and got to the top floor, I've never seen a boss. What if I told you there is an actual boss that can spawn there? And it's unique to that floor. However, the spawn rate, if I recall, is a 1 in 666 chance of it spawning. Like, why? But why? I'm gonna turn it to Crony for a second. But why? But why? But why? If that is true, why is it 1 in 666 chance? You know what? I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look this up. Let me look it up. Let me look this up. I'm looking it up. Digimon World 2 Hera Domain. I'm looking this up because are less than 0.1%. Yeah, it is 1 in 666 chance. It's a 1 in 666 chance. One in 666 chance in order to get this guy to spawn. So that is true, then. So, if you're wondering who is up there, it is Chimeramon. Does anyone remember Chimeramon? Yes, he is up there. He is a 1 in 666 chance. 0.1% chance of him spawning in a floor, in a dungeon that has 100 floors. Why? Who thought that was a good idea? Why? That is like the world's dumbest idea. That's like Zodiac Spear levels of dumb. I think that's even worse than Zodiac Spear. Like, that is worse than Zodiac Spear, that's worse than Excalibur 2, that's worse than the Hierarchy of Forbidden Memories. Like, it's just, why? Warmech is infinitely worse than Warmech. Like, that's even worse odds than Warmech. Warmech's 1 is 64 chance, if I recall. 1 is 64 is better than 1 is 666. And now, the final RPG for the PlayStation era. I like how this is all PlayStation 1, by the way. We're gonna have a part 3 of this, aren't we? The last game of the PlayStation era, well, the last RPG, will be Digimon World 3. So, Digimon World 3. I've only beat him once. I will say I am not a big fan of Digimon World 3. The only reason I beat that game was it great. I may have to replay it to see how it was. I just remember it not being that great when I played it. The only reason I beat it as a young boyling, Haku, do you remember the accessory that made it so that you counter her? Like, you counter damage with the exact same damage? Like, if you took 1,000 damage, you would counter for 1,000 damage. It was like a rage smith or something that you stole from, like, Dark Tyrannomon or something. That's the only reason I beat the game. I would use that accessory on my, Growlmon. Like, I couldn't beat the game, really, without that accessory. Like, the game was legit hard, man. That game was legitimately difficult for me. If I do stream it, I may have, people help me. Because I don't remember that game at all. I only played it once. But I remember it not being that great to me. Counter bug? What do you mean counter bug? There was a counter bug? What? Was the thing I was talking about the counter bug? Wait, was I abusing a bug? Wait, I was abusing a bug? That was a bug? That wasn't intentional? Bro, I cheated the game? Really? I beat the game by cheating? I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't. Revelation, I beat the game by cheating it. Huh. Well, now I kinda have to, replay it later, don't I? But yeah. At some point, I will be doing, Digimon World 2 and 3. I already did Digimon World 1. We will not be doing that anytime soon, ever again. So, let's talk about some other PlayStation games. So, this is another, first for me. I did not play this on console. I played this through Forbidden Technology. This is the first game of the series that I played, and it is Symphony of the Night. And dare I say, I love Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night is probably one of the best PlayStation games. I'm not gonna mince words. I think Symphony of the Night is one of the best PlayStation games. Now, some of the other best PlayStation games I would add to that would be FF9, FF7, Final Fantasy Tactics, Metal Gear Solid, Valkyrie Profile. I would add all of those to some of the best PlayStation games as well. But, I do think Symphony of the Night is one of the best. Hands down. Like, I love it. It's such a fluid, fun game. Now, the difficulty might not be there sometimes. Like, you can easily break the game, I believe. But, like, it's still a fun game. I kinda wanna replay Symphony of the Night. Oh yeah, when Chris... And it's not hard to get Chris Grimm either. It's really not hard to get Chris. So cancels. Yeah, Inferry Castle. Yeah, enemies really wreck you there. But like, bosses aren't really super difficult, I feel. The enemies though, the enemies are kinda mean. But yeah, I feel like I want to replay Symphony of the Night someday. Die, monster! You don't belong in this world. It was not by my hand that I was once again given flesh. I was given tribute by you... How'd it go? By you humans! Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. What is a man? A miserable pile of secret. But enough! Half at you! I don't know how my Dracula voice was. How is my Dracula voice? Would you like some wall ham? I have wall ham! Stupid Belmont! That is my wall turkey! Succubus? No! Not succubus! I really like succubus, you know? And then Belmont had to go and kill succubus? Huh, Belmont? More like Balmont, am I right? If anyone gets the reference, well, congratulations, you're old. That was a really, really, really old reference. Yeah, I think I played the PSP version on stream. I played the PSP version because I was gonna do, Wrongdoing with Blood. But, Wrongdoing with Blood doesn't work off Forbidden Technology, so, you know. Here's another one. I mentioned racing games, and I don't usually play racing games. Wrongdoing works with Forbidden FAR. Super Mario Kart, and, mainly it's just the Mario Kart series that I played, right? What if I owned it with the PlayStation version, and I streamed this, I believe. I think I streamed this. How about Chocobo Racing? Anyone here played Chocobo Racing? I remember hearing about this on, like, game magazines. But, I never got to play it on console. And I remember playing it for the stream. I did stream it. It was okay. I mean, I much prefer Mario Kart. But it wasn't terrible. I don't really have much else to say about Chocobo Racing. I never got Cloud or Squall. Because, you know, trying to get Squall is, like, annoying. What's Cloud in it? Yeah, with a slightly different gimmick. Here's another game. I'm gonna make you guys feel old. Are you ready? Are you ready? How many of you played... It was Cloud and Squall? Okay. How many of you played... Wait a minute. Was it Aya in there? Aya Brea? from Parasite Eve. I think Lady from Parasite Eve was in there too, for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why she was in there. She was one of the weird random crossovers. How many of you have played Die Hard Trilogy? Anyone? Anyone exact? I know she's Square Enix, but like, that was a random little crossover. Anyone here ever played Die Hard Trilogy? Is a trilogy get of Die Hard 2, and Die Hard 3. Die Hard 1 is a third-person shooter where you have to save hostages, obviously. Die Hard 2 is like a on-rails shooter. And Die Hard 3 is a timed racing game where you have to find bombs. Yeah, that Christmas movie. I know Callie watched Die Hard recently. She's gonna be watching Die Hard 2 at some point, I believe. Also, speaking of HoloLive, I know they're doing that recollection, like a enigmatic recollection at like 10 o'clock tonight. So that's gonna be interesting to see. I don't think wait. Hold on. I think everyone's streaming at 10 o'clock. Let me check. Is everyone streaming at 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Everyone is streaming at 10 o'clock. Yes. So everyone is streaming at 10 o'clock for that. Give me just a second. I guess it's gonna be like Minecraft related too. Like, I mean, yeah, but I'll watch it. I'm curious about what this thing is. White mage, black mage in a basketball game. Yeah, that was weird. I used to play Die Hard Trilogy a lot. Mostly the first one. And I got a story about this, and I don't know what people are going to think about this, but with Die Hard Trilogy, well, Die Hard the first, I remember there was a long time where I remember that if there was a particular hostage that died, I would just stop playing. I would stop playing, or I would completely reset. And if you're wondering why would I do that with a particular hostage, what if I told you that even though it's really hard as hell, because it's so pixelated and stuff, just the overall look reminded me of Papanomic. So you can imagine why I would stop if that particular hostage ever died. So, fun little backstory with that. Why did I think it reminded me of Papanomic? I don't know. Because again, it was so pixelated you wouldn't be able to tell. But young me translated as that. And it would just make me feel bad. Like, really, really bad. Why do you think I would hate Mega Man X7? Also, I knew y'all could cheat codes for, Die Hard Trilogy, all 3 games. Yes, there were in-game cheat codes. Because back then, they actually had cheat codes for games. Imagine that. You do them usually in the menu. You don't get that anymore, but I kind of miss when they did that. Because it was kind of fun to mess around with stuff. Well, I mean, to be fair, Mega Man... I don't think anyone in Mega Man X7 would have reminded me of Papanomic. I mean, I know X7 is a terrible game, too. What else for PlayStation era? How about another Digimon game? And this is another Digimon game I used to play a lot as, and it's called Digimon Card Battle. Anyone play this? I remember getting this game because I was into the Digimon card game, you know, the train card game. I never played it, I just collected the cards. And, I remember really liking the game. I remember the game being pretty difficult at first, but once you get a hang of the way the game plays, it's kinda easy to bust. I don't remember if I ever streamed it. I might just only get an LP of it. Would I ever consider re-streaming it? Probably not. I don't think it's one of those games that I want to re-stream. Now, I do want to re-stream FF series. Why? Because I feel like that would be a fun series to revisit and talk about and stuff like that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember it looked a lot like Rosalina. I wouldn't be surprised if they reused the design for Rosalina, actually. It probably was a Nintendo design, I would assume. What other games? How about... Here's a game that might trigger some memories. How about... Jet Moho 2. Anyone here play Jet Moho? I never played first Jet Moho. But I owned 2, and that was a game that me and Gownstroy played a lot. And hilariously, there were specific levels that one of us was better at than the other. I don't know why. That's just how it was. We would just outright destroy the other on specific levels. It makes no sense. But for those who don't know, it's a racing game. It's a very, very unique racing game where if you crash, you have to respawn, and it's very, very easy to crash. Excuse me. There is Mega Man 8. And I don't remember if it's Mega Man 7 or 8. I had a really bad, Dr. Wily fight. I don't even remember Mega Man 8 very well. I don't remember any of the Mega Man games very well. It was 7, I had a really bad Wily fight. 8's easy? Okay. I just remember one of the 2 games. Is 7 the one that had the, slides, like jump, slide? I think 7's the one with jump, slide. Oh, it was 8? Okay, that's the one that had the, Optimus Prime guy, right? I cannot remember his name. They had, like, Optimus Prime, basically. Was that his name? Dr. Wowie? Is that the one with Dr. Wowie? That's a good question, Mega Man. You gotta stop Dr. Wowie. I think that's the one that had that, right? Okay. Dr. Wowie. Dr. Wily. Oh my god. Dr. Light's at Hako. Dr. Light was at Hako before Hako's existed. I think it was Mega Man X4, which I think is one of the best Mega Man games. I think Mega Man X4 is probably the best Mega Man game. Out of the classic, out of the X series, I think it's just one of the best Mega Man games. It was just a fun game. X4 is really great. It's definitely better than X1 for free. X1 wasn't bad. If I recall, X2 and 3 were okay, but X4 just blew them out of the water. And even out of the classic games, I think Mega Man X4 is better. I don't remember which Mega Man Classic is my favorite, though. I really don't remember. It's been way too long. And honestly, I don't want to replay the Mega Man series. I really don't. We've already did the Mega Man series. Just let it lay, please. I don't want to replay them all. Yeah, I only played up to X4. I never did X5 or later. And honestly, I really don't have any ambition to play X5 or later. Because they kind of just, you know, exist. They're kind of just there. X5 is bad. If I recall, X5, 6, 7, and 8 were all kind of just not that great. Isn't X8 the one with, burn the ground! Burn the ground! Ooh, ha, ha, ooh, burn the ground! Ooh, ha, ooh, ha. You know that guy? Flame Hyena? Is that X8? X7 is burnt the ground? That's the one that made Finny die. Finny died so hard at that. I can only imagine if any of the Holo members heard that. Boy, I can hear like Iris dying that. Or Mume. They would die hearing that whole part. Now, next game. How about a game that I am going to do on stream, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to cheat. Wow, Xeno, I cheat her? Let me tell you, it's deserved. Can you tell me what game it is on the PlayStation that I would actually cheat on? Anyone have any guess? Contra on PlayStation? Really? Why would I see Contra on PlayStation? Someone got it in the chat. Hold on. You have to hear clapping. People have actually speedran Forbidden Memories. I don't know how. No, people have legitimately speedran and beaten Forbidden Memories. I have no idea how. Probably. Forbidden Memories is bad. And I will show you how bad it is. I will show you how bad it is one day. I am going to have to use cheat codes. Unless someone has a save file for... Well, actually I don't know if the save file will work for the person I have. Its sequel is better. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to that. But yeah, Forbidden Memories, awful game. I won't be able to do that in one stream. Duelist of the Roses is probably my favorite out of the Yu-Gi-Oh series, and I've only played a couple. Gaming the system, the fight, the right enemies. Yeah, the fusion system's awful. Like, it makes no sense. And the fact that there's no, like, effect monsters. Like, I remember getting, like, Magician of Faith, and I'm like, why is it just a normal monster? Also, can I just say, buying the cards is awful? Why are some cards like 999,999 stars? Like, why? Like, Magician of Faith is like max stars. Why? It's like Thunder Dragon, Thunder plus Dragon plus Thunder. Yeah. Yeah. If you beat the guy at the start, it forces you to refight until you lose. Really? Yeah, they really make Forbidden Memories. I remember the best card you could get early on was like the Curry Fox, which was 2300 Jack and 2300 hack Jack Fox card. That was like my best card. And then the second guy you fight would be like, here's Dark Magician. Here's Blue Eyes. Here's Skull, like, Skull Demon. And you're like, bro, you're just summoning these things. I got a fuse for these. What the heck? And here's Raigeki. Here's Harvey's Ferroguster. Really, they can see the offense amazing. Settles like fourth guy if you do every fight. Yeah, I think I remember that. Next game. So, I talked about racing game. How about a racing fighting game of sorts? If you know the game, you know exactly what I'm gonna say. Yet it does cheat hard. I'm talking about Twisted Metal! And not just Twisted Metal, Twisted Metal 2. Twisted Metal 2 is a game that I played a lot with Down Destroyer back in the day. Now, it's kind of basic when you think about it. But, it was a fun game back in the day. Now, I remember having the demo for Twisted Metal 3. But I don't remember much about Twisted Metal 3. Honestly, I only played 2. I know nothing past 2. If I recall, it didn't Twisted Metal die for a long time and then randomly came back? Like, I remember Twisted Metal just died and then randomly just came back. Twice? My brain's trying to think of whose theme this is. This is Sen's, isn't it? I think this is Sen's theme. Anyways, next game. How about Rampage World Tour? Anyone remember Rampage World Tour at all? It is like one of the earliest PlayStation games. I think that was actually one of my first PlayStation games. It is honestly very simple. There's not really a whole lot to the game, really. I did actually beat the game on console. And it took like hours in order to beat the game because I didn't know how you were supposed to get to some places. It took forever just to get to the right spots. But will I do it on stream? I don't know. Those 30+ characters? Wow. The PlayStation one only had 3. It had Ralph, Lissy, and George. Who do you think I used? Who do you think I used out of 3? You are correct. What makes you think that? What makes you think I used Lissy? That was a very good guess. I mean, it was a 1-3 guess, so, you know. Next game. How about Spyro? I do tend to play with the female characters a lot. I don't know why. For some reason, I just like the female characters more than male characters. I can't explain why that is. Like, most games, you will see me play female characters. Unless it's Street Fighter, then, you know, I use Akuma, but... Akuma, best girl in Street Fighter. But, like, yeah, most games, you will see me use female characters the most. Why? I don't know. I can't explain it. It's a mystery. Yeah, you could eat them. And if you give that, then game over, too. Yeah, that's basically what I do. I pick characters I like to sign up and play them. And see if I like them. That's why I like, Gizzy. Hilariously, again, I'll repeat this. Gizzy was not my first main in Guilty Gear Accent Core. Johnny was. Because I'm like, man, I like this cowboy, samurai, pirate dude. Whoa, what happened to my connection? Not like Blaze. Not like Blaze, nah. Definitely not like Tia. But yeah, like, I started with Johnny. Are you okay? I think with King of Fighters, I started with Mai. I started with Mai and Harry with King of Fighters. It wasn't until much later that I moved over to Athena and Kula. With Soul Calibur, it was always Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi was who I always used. But I also used Sophia and Sungmina. In Power Stone, I used Ryoma, the samurai, and Ruse. I don't know how... wasn't that with KOF 15? Like, it was KOF 15 that got me with Kula, right? Because Kula was just working for me with KOF 15. I'm like, man, I think Kula actually works for my playstyle. Other fighting games. I can't remember other fighting games, but like, even in non-fighting games, I prefer, females. But yeah, Spyro. Spyro is a great game. I like Spyro. It's a pain in the butt to 100%. It was in 15. I don't think it was in 02. I think it was 15 because I was trying to... Remember when I was going to get serious with learning 15? Because I was going to use that as my new fighting game after Smash died for me. And then I gave up on 15 because my wrist wasn't working for it. Well, that's because my wrist wasn't working, remember? I was having problems with my left wrist playing KOF 15. Not only that, I wouldn't have been able to play anyone online anyways, because I didn't have online. I just don't hop? What do you mean I just don't hop? Oh, you're talking about like the short hops? I don't know, like, the thing with KOF 15 combos is they're really, really tight. KOF 15 combos are super precise compared to, like, XR combos. XR combos are a lot more lenient, I feel. And I think with XR, my wrist actually got used to it. So if I were to try to go back to play 15, I wonder if I can actually play 15 now. Because I played so much XR that my wrist got better. Well, here's the thing too. I remember when I tried to practice a little bit in XR. Hate saw me practicing a while ago. I practiced for like an hour or two, and my wrist was acting up. My wrist was actually acting up from XR, so I guess it was just from playing a lot of XR. I mean, to be fair too, Rory, that was also the first game I actively tried to learn combos in. Because remember, I was actually bad with combos. Like, the only game I knew combos in was Soku. And Soku combos were kind of a thing. Smash combos, I didn't really combo in Smash. So yeah, KOF 15 would have been the first game I was actively learning combos in. XR would have been the second game, and the first game where I actively know how to do combos. You say that, Hate, but I think I could. I mean, we could try to play. We could try to play, Hate. But I'm also gonna say that that would probably be a bad idea. Because you're also not gonna be at the level you're at. I'm not gonna be at the level I'm at. But I also remember how to play the game. I also remember my combos. So I have an unfair advantage. That's the thing with fighting games. I usually remember stuff for a very long time. Try 15 again. I probably could, but I have to reinstall 15 on my PS4, and I don't have space right now. And I don't really have the motivation to play 15 if I'm not, you know, gonna play with people. That's kind of why I stopped playing XR, was I just didn't have the motivation to play with people. And after Hate stopped playing, I just, like, I didn't want to play people, you know? That, and it was around the time that I also was getting really mad at myself at XR, as Hate knows. Your arms need, what happened to your arms? But yeah, like, Hate remembers how angry I got at myself and the game at XR. Yeah, we were both getting super heated at XR. At ourselves and at the game. If I got 15 on Steam, I would give it a try. I don't know how well it would play on my computer, but I would give it a try. Too much PC servers. Got it. But, yeah. But, like, maybe we should try again, Hate. But, if we try again, maybe I should not use Dizzy and Elfelt. Although the last time I tried to use Elfelt against someone I was playing Dizzy, I did bad. Like, I couldn't win with Elfel. Like, I won a couple times, okay, but I was having trouble using L. Like, I couldn't remember how to do anything with her. But yeah, anyway, Spyro. So, Spyro is a great, platformer. Very aggregate 100% though, because some of those gems are in really, really awful, spots. Give me just a second. What's going on over here? What's going on over there? Don't do that. Stop it. I mean, Guilty Gear made me suffer in specific ways. Mostly because of how hitboxes were in Guilty Gear, and just myself in general. Because you know how I get with myself in games. I get very upset with myself very easily. Especially when I get hit by stuff I very clearly know I shouldn't be getting hit by. Right, Hate? Am I right? Like, even you said that, there's no reason that should have worked a lot of times. Even when I did stuff and counter stuff, it still worked, and even you were like, that should not have worked. Even I said that with some of the things I've done, and I'm like, how did that work? That should not have hit. That should not have done anything. The nature of fighting games, am I right? And the last game we're going to talk about for the PlayStation era. Yeah, there was an instant kill, got hit, and I'm just like, what do you mean? Oh, it was with, like, Milia, right? Dude, I remember being livid about that. Like, I remember that making me absolutely mad. Because I was doing everything right, and then that happened. And I was like, are you joking? Are you actually joking? I did everything right, and then I just lost because of that. I remember being really livid about that. Wasn't that, like, in between, like, my combo, too? Like, somehow you got that off in between my combo, and so I couldn't do anything about it? Yeah, I did. I think I remember that. Because I'm like, bro, I was in the middle of a block streak, like, an actual hit-confirmed combo, and somehow he got a instant kill-off on me, and killed me for it. I was like, what? How? Why? Are you joking? Alright, I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go upstairs and do something real quick. So give me just a second. Enjoy the music, and we will continue. I haven't heard. I had to make sure the dogs were fine, you know? Dogs are okay. If I don't need a combo Samurai Showdown 29, it might be one of the better options for my hand. See, I'm actually wondering if it's the way I hold the controller or not. But I think it's just... I think it's actually... I'm starting to think it's not actually the wrist. I think it's actually the shoulder. Because of the way the shoulder is. Hey, does this music sound familiar right here? This music should sound very familiar. But yeah, I think I just need to warm up my, wrist in order to play, games like that. The final PlayStation game we're gonna talk about here. Also, before we do anything else, I'm gonna share a story. Look up Samurai Showdown. Yeah, I'll take a look at that later. But, a story. And this is something that Ground Destroyer can, confirm more than one ways. Because it's a thing that Ground Destroyer, does. And it's a thing that aggravates the crap out of me. Now, I still get it. Because I'm a good friend. But boy howdy! Let me tell you something, boys and girls. Was it infuriating to do every time I stayed over at his house. So, he has this habit of restarting games. A lot. He did this with Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, Digimon World 2, you name it. We would play the games, or, you know, in case I would play the game and he would watch, and then the next time we hung out, he would want to start over from the start, and it's just like, bro, I know what we need to do, why do you want to start over? Or, in some cases, we would get to the end of the game, and he want to start a new game. It's like, are you for real? I spent all this time doing this? And you want to start a brand new game? Why? Why you do this? Oh, it was so infuriating. It was so infuriating. Okay, so the final game. And this is one of the games I said was one of the best PlayStation 1 games. And it is... Dun 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 Metal Gear Solid. I never owned this game. I borrowed this game too. I did have a demo disc that had to play from the start of the game up until Preston Baker. Your sources, I make... What are you talking about? Huh? Your sources, I make it the heck up. What? Anyways, Metal Gear Solid is an amazing game. It is a little clunky now to play. Especially from the last time I played it. But it was a game that I played a lot back in the day. And, I got good enough that I was able to speedrun the game in about 4 hours, give or take. That was from start to finish, and I do believe I was able to do 2 speedruns of the same game. I didn't know if that was from Metal Gear myself. I got confused. I'm like, what is he talking about? But yeah, Metal Gear Solid is a great game. The story is very, it's very, how do I put it? It's very, it's a very semi-realistic story when you think about it. It's semi-realistic. Obviously, we're not gonna have, like, floating psycho mantises telling us that, you know, we like Castlevanias or whatnot. But, like, overall, the overarching story is a little bit, you know, grounded in reality. And when you think about it, some of the things from that game holds true today. Am I right? In Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, some of the things from those games are true to today. Which is scary when you think about it. Alright! So that's all for PlayStation. So we can finally move on for PlayStation. Can you believe we spent almost 3 hours just for PlayStation? Oh my goodness. Let's move on to the Nintendo 64, eh? So, the N64 from Rising. The N64 is a console I never owned. Destroyer owns it. A cousin of mine owns it. But I never owned it. And whenever I hung out with either one of them, the #1 game that I loved to play on it, and you know what it is, Super Smash Brothers. I was so into Smash back then. And let me tell you, I was terrible at it. But I loved it. I loved Super Smash Bros. For the N64. I don't know why. I didn't know who the heck Fox was. I didn't know who Ness or Falcon or, I didn't even know who Samus was. I'm like, who are these characters? Smash Remix. Oh boy, I don't even have Smash Remix. But yeah, fun fact. Who do you think I mained originally in Smash 64? Just for Ocarina. Fun story about Ocarina of Time. I played that at a Sears. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, I did play Ocarina of Time a little at Sears when I was younger. And, I never got very far in it. But it was interesting because I'm like, wow, this is unique. I seem like a Link main. What if I told you originally, and I say originally, when I first played the game, I was a Fox main. Fox and Mario. What if I told you though that my Fox was just side B? It was mostly just side B with Fox. I was not very good at the game, if you can tell. But yeah, Mario and Fox were who I used. Now, later on, when I played it online with Forbidden Technology, I moved over to Destroyer's main, which was Captain Falcon. And I was actually good with Captain Falcon. But yeah, Smash 64 is just one of those games that I think got me into a series. Much like Final Fantasy VII got me into the RPG series, Smash 64 got me into the Smash series. I did not play very many N64 games. I did own it, and I haven't played it for the stream, and I don't know if I can. But I have played GoldenEye 007. So, GoldenEye is a game that, if you know me with FPS games like Doom, I'm not very good at FPS games. Star Fox 64 Smash. Yeah, in terms of actually playing, I think it was just Super Mario 64, a little Ocarina of Time, and Super Smash Bros. Well, no, I played a little Mario Kart 64 somewhere. Somewhere, I don't know where, but somewhere. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, Rory. I remember that now. Perfect. I like Perfect Dark. That's a game me and, downplayed a lot, is, Perfect Dark. But I like GoldenEye, too. Now, again, remember how I said I'm bad at FPS games? What if I told you that I'm a little bit of a menace in GoldenEye? And you know how I'm a menace in GoldenEye? And this is where I'm a menace in a lot of shoot-em-ups. In a lot of, like, FPS games. Where I'm bad at FPS games, there's one thing that I excel at. I am exceptionally good at sniping. You give me a sniper rifle, and I will snipe you. I will snipe you from anywhere, almost, with a sniper rifle. I don't understand. I'm absolutely garbage at FPS games otherwise, but you give me a sniper rifle? I just absolutely murder people. You give me literally any other guns, and you put me in like one-on-one with anyone else, I usually die. I just cannot play FPS games. And that holds true for Halo. So, fun story about Halo. Pumpkin has this. Theo Garrett has this. There was a time where we would do shotguns only. So we only had shotguns and like sticky grenades. And the idea was we would like do like chicken runs, right? Run at each other. Whoever got close enough and shot and one hit kill, that's how we play. What do you think I did? With a shotgun, I would shoot you from a mile away. I would not let you near me with a shotgun, and I would kill people with a shotgun from afar. And let me tell you how much that annoyed everyone. Everyone's like, why are you sniping with a shotgun? And I'm like, I'm not getting close to you. I'm like, no. And I would just throw random grenades everywhere, and sometimes it would kill. And it would make people mad, because they would just get killed by a random grenade from absolutely nowhere. Wow, those are really, really cheap. Those are really, really cheap. If anyone wants to get those. Wait a minute. Yeah. My team in KOF. Normally I use Kula, Athena, Mai. But I also use Harry every now and then. Those are usually the ones I use. Call of Duty shotguns. Bruh, I'm absolute trash at Call of Duty. Like, if I were to play any of my mates at Call of Duty, I die. I cannot play Call of Duty. It's like, it's just not a game I can play. I'm absolute trash at it. Okay, so all these N64 games that I played. Oh, I played zombies a lot with Down Destroyer. We did get pretty far before. I think like round 15 or 20. Yeah, it'd be fine without DLC. I mean, if there's any DLC, like the only DLC I would probably get is like Nakaruru. Because I do like Nakaruru. Give me a second if you will. So, yeah, all the other games I played are through Forbidden Technology, so, let's unpack the N64 games, they won't take very long. Bomberman 64. Yeah, I saw that, hey, I saw the message in Discord. I don't have the money, but, you know. Bomberman 64, I would never want to play again. Honestly, I wouldn't really want to play any of the other Bombermans. After the 2 Bombermans I played, I really don't want to touch Bomberman anymore. It's just, it's not my game. It's really not. It's not. It's not. Kirby 64 is a game, though, that I will say, is actually a pretty solid game. I don't think that's, no, it's not my first, Kirby game. It's a pretty good game, though, honestly. It has a little bit of challenge to it, too. Best part of Bomberman is Versus. Mario Kart 64, I remember playing at, like, a cousin's or something. I don't remember where, but I remember that game being really, really difficult. Kirby 64 is your favorite Kirby? It is a pretty good Kirby game, I will admit. I do like Superstars, and I do like Kirby, like, Dreamland. But, like, 64 is a pretty solid one. And Amazing Mirrors. We'll get to Amazing Mirrors when we get to that. Mario Kart 64. I don't think I like Mario Kart 64. I don't like Mario Kart 64 as much as the original. I also don't like AI in 64. The AI is just BS. I hate the AI in 64. Oh my god. Here's a game I did on stream, and I think this is a game that made me mad. If anyone remembers it. Mischief Makers. I think this was before I had a model. And I think this was during the era where I would get, like, super angry all the time. Like, remember that era when I was just angry all the time over every game? Like, I think that was during that era, right? Like, I still get angry, don't get me wrong. Like, ho-ho, yeah, I got angry. I can't deny that. But I don't think I've really been that angry like I used to be. And I think during that era, I was really, really angry about everything. I'm not sure why. Like, everything just made me angry. And I think Mischief Makers was during that era. And honestly, Mischief Makers isn't a bad game. It's really not. But I do recall it being one of those games that made me pretty livid sometimes. I think it was just because of the controls, too. Then there's Paper Mario, which I am glad I got to play Paper Mario. Paper Mario was a great game. I still prefer Super Mario RPG, obviously, but Paper Mario's not a bad game. Star Fox 64 was also a pretty solid game. It was a unique game. I remember playing this with Down in the multiplayer versus mode, and I never won. I just never won. I never won a single match. The Switch version is bugged of the original Paper Mario. Can never fix the lock legs. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. is an amazing Zelda game. Sure, it may be a little bit clunky. What with randomly crafts could get really... Wow, that's pretty bad. But yeah, Ocarina of Time. Highly recommend it. Yes, the graphics didn't age very well. It's N64. N64 graphics do not age very well. Right, Smash 64? Oh, man, Smash 64. But it is a great game. It honestly is. I highly recommend it to people. Just be ready for, Is it the same mode? Yeah, it's in the same mode as, FF7. It's still a great game, though. I still prefer, Link to the Past more. But that's because I played Link to the Past so much. And there's other Zelda games that I think I might like better, probably. Like A Link Between Worlds, Here's the Kingdom. It's not bad, though. Twilight Princess, yes, that's another one. That is another one. And the final N64 game. Yes, there's only 9 of them that I've actually played through myself. And it's a game that everyone knows. If you play the N64, you probably play this, I would hope. Super Mario 64. When I stream this, I consider this, I still consider, Super Mario 64 a great game. It is a fun game. However, and this is something that Gamer knows who, Gamer and Hate both know about this. When I streamed Super Mario 64, both the original and the DS version, I got really, really livid about the game and its controls. The controls do not like to play nice with you sometimes. It does not play nice. And sometimes, yeah, they've always been bad. It is an N64 game. It's still a great game, though. It is a really great game. Just the controls don't play nice, and you know what else doesn't play nice? The camera. The camera will fight you. Tooth and nail. Did you just break up that game? Did you really bring that game up to me? Did you really have to bring that game up? So that is the N64 era. So, we move to the next era. Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PlayStation 2. Which of these 3 consoles do you think I went to after the PlayStation? When 100% Sunshine? Never. Like, absolutely never. I will rip out my left nut before I play that game ever again. If that says anything. I will literally rip off my left nut before I ever play Sunshine ever again. Anyways, yes. PlayStation 2 is the next one. Well, now it's in your head. Who owned a PS2 more than a GameCube? What if I told you... Wow, I actually played more games for PS2 at this point than PS1. Really? Well, I guess I do have a few more, actual versions, or, not versions, but, games for PS2 than PS1. So... Well, we haven't gotten to, the other things yet. I may reorganize this later. I may reorganize this later, mind you. Because there are some others that I might put up there. But let's talk about the PS2. To be honest, it's really hard for me to say SNES is, not S here. Because SNES had so much good stuff on it. A lot of really, really amazing stuff. Granted, some of the SNES games I didn't play in the PlayStation era. But, yeah, it was, one of the best... I think it was one of the best consoles, period. I really do think SNES is one of the best consoles, period. Well, the reason why 3DS is here is because, A, I didn't play the 3DS itself. 3DS is a, forbidden technology thing. That's why it's down here. I can't really put it anywhere else because it's forbidden tech. Forbidden tech is usually going to be lower down here than those not forbidden tech. Just like with the Genesis. I did play the Genesis a little bit, but most of the Genesis was forbidden tech, and Game Boy was all forbidden tech. One more thing about the N64. Yeah, 3DS is harder to do. N64, another reason why the N64 is a little bit lower. Let me tell you this. And it's one thing that everyone here is going to agree with. Everyone. I guarantee everyone will agree with this. The controller. The bloody freaking controller. Oh my goodness, the controller is a nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare. I hate that controller. It is my most hated controller for the N64. The N64 controller is so bad. It is the absolute worst controller in the history of everything. I understand what they were going for, but I can't tell you how many times my right thumb had blisters on it because of that, stick. I have literal blisters on my thumb from the N64 controller. It was bad. Yeah, it's the stick hop was the worst absolute part. That's what makes it so bad, it's the stick. That stick makes your thumb have blisters like mad. And it's just bad. It's really, really bad. And then you go to a second thing, yeah, because of, yeah. They sent gloves, right? Because people were actually yeah, protect their hands, yeah. You literally had to wear gloves to not get blisters for playing the N64. But yeah, I prefer, if I were to play any consoles that have, sticks, I honestly think the PlayStation sticks are best sticks, honestly. The, Pro Controller stick isn't bad, and the GameCube controller stick isn't bad either, but, I prefer the, PlayStation sticks myself. I don't like the Xbox stick. I'm not a big fan of the Xbox stick. Yeah, the PS1 DualShock was probably my favorite. Honestly, I like the PS2 controller more. Like, the PS2 controller is what I use for, like, everything. Granted, I don't have a PS2 controller anymore, because all of them broke over the years, but, you know. Like, I feel like, the thing I like about the PS2 controller over the PS4 is, I like the stick, I like the way it feels, but most importantly, and I don't know how important this is to people, compared to PS4, where sometimes you can hit the touchpad. Dude, I hate that touchpad. That touchpad is aggravating, because there's so many times that I hit that touchpad on accident, and it's like, it does something that you don't want to do. It's like, I didn't want to do that! Like, oh my god, the stupid touchpad. And, you know, the screen share button, I keep hitting the screen share button, thinking it's the select button on other controllers, when it's not. But the biggest thing between the PS4... Yeah, it's hard for me to hit the start buttons and select buttons sometimes. But the biggest thing between the PS2 controllers and the PS4 controllers, the L2 R2 button. Why do they change how the L2 R2 buttons are? Why? Whenever I play a fighting game and I have to use the L2 R2 buttons in conjunction with other things, it never seems to want to work. Like, it never seems to want to, you know... It never seems to read both buttons at the same time. Now, if it's a PS2 controller and you press L2, L1 at the same time, or R1, R2, it will read both at the same time. But if you do it on, like, a PS4 controller, good luck, because it feels like it doesn't read it both at the same time. I just don't like the L2, R2 buttons of the PS4 controller. PS2 has the best, controller, I feel. Also, this is during the age of memory cards. How many people remember memory cards? Oh my god. I actually forgot about the memory card situation. Boy, the memory cards for PS1 were so limiting, weren't they? Like, it was so frustrating to play games back then. For, like, PlayStation 1 or PlayStation... Mostly PlayStation 1. Yeah, I have, like, 4 PS1 memory cards and 2 PS2. Because my PS1 memory cards will always get filled up. Always. Yeah, I have all of those save files too. I wonder what those even look like. I really do. Also, I have my RPG Maker game on my PS2 memory card. So, there's that. Make sure you wrote down what was on them. I wish I could look at them, but I can't because I don't have a controller to look at my memory cards anymore. But, yeah, I am so glad we're past the age of memory cards. Because memory cards were kinda frustrating to deal with. But at the same time, it kinda sucks because you can't, like, break your memory of PlayStation Remote. I do not. I do not have a PlayStation Remote. I remember those, but I never owned one of those. But, I remember being able to bring my save data from my own PS2 to a buddy's PS2. And, you know, that was amazing. It's like, man, I could play my game on another person's console. It was great. Nowadays, it's really hard to do that unless you log in on your account on their PS. But, like, now that person is going to have your login data, which, you know, I'm not really a fan of other people having access to my stuff, you know? Even if they are buddies. Not really a big fan of that. So you can't really, like, break your save gate, over anyone else's. Yeah, we took a few steps back with data management, yeah. I feel like we still should have had at least memory cards, so if we wanted to do co-op or play somewhere else, then, you know, we can have it on hand. Or, you know, say something happens in online, right? What if online stuff just like, you can't do online, right? But then, it's like, well, if anything happens online, well, there goes all your information and stuff for the games you have, and it's like, ugh. That would be heartbreaking for some stuff. Alright, so, let's talk about the game. So, continuing on with the RPGs. I did continue my RPG experience with the PS2. So that does mean I went to Final Fantasy X. And would you believe, Final Fantasy X was my first PS2 game. Yep, FF10 was my very first PS2 game. Because my folks knew that I loved Final Fantasy. However, here's the problem. They got me the PS2. They got me the controller. They got me Final Fantasy X. So, what's the problem? What problem happened? Do you know what the problem was? No memory cards. They thought that I could use the PS1 memory cards. I mean, to be fair, I thought I could too. But then I found out I couldn't. And so, I didn't have any memory cards. So for a couple weeks, I believe, I was replaying the start of FF10 over and over and over. Because I couldn't do anything else. I didn't have any PS1 or PS2 memory cards. Also, before I go any further, I've talked about this before, but I was watching Callie last night, and she was playing Persona 3 Reload, and was doing the final part of the game. I know, right? I didn't know I needed a PS2 memory card at the time. But yeah, I was watching Callie, and I saw her getting really, really emotional, and I was like, why is she getting so emotional? Like, I don't understand. But, like, I watched all the way through, and I understand her reasoning for why she got emotional for the game's ending. Because it was a game that was close to her. And I feel that because, well, I don't get emotional over games as much anymore. I know there were moments back in my youth with some games where I actually did get pretty emotional myself. Yeah, the funny thing about the ending is I remember that ending. I never played Persona 3, but I remember that specific ending. I think that was when Nakahalele did Persona 4, and I wanted to see what Persona 3's ending was, so I looked it up, and I didn't understand what happened. Like, I didn't understand what happened and why I didn't understand. Now I do understand, and I think I understand why Callie felt the way she did. Yeah, I know what happened. I already know what happened, because I saw the final fight, I saw the ending. I think I understand what happened. But yeah, like, I understand why she was emotional about it. I was that way with FF7. If you know why I was that way with FF7, if you know why, if you know what part, then you know. But I was that way with FF7, I was that way with FF10 as well. In particular, the ending. If anyone's ever seen the ending. Yes, I was a really, really big softie, for those who, don't know. I'm a little less of a softie nowadays. I don't, like, I don't really, like, cry like I used to over stuff. I might here and there. You will never hear me on stream crying. You never will. But you might be able to tell when I might be sad or something. But back then, I used to get very emotional about a lot of stuff. FF7, FF10, both were games that made me emotional. I can't really think of too many games that really made me super emotional. Because it's usually very specific scenes that get me that way. And I'm sure if I had played Persona 3 back in the day and understood it, I would have been that way. Yeah, it's like I mentioned that one game that, like, I think I mentioned, someone else held the game real close to their heart. Was it Callie? It might have been Callie I mentioned that before. It might have been someone else. But for me, it was Super Mario RPGs, Super Mario Bros. 1, Final Fantasy 7. Those are all real close to me. Like, I have a few that are really close to me. Now, they don't really make me cry. Like, if I were to play them, they're not going to make me cry. But they are still close to heart. Mass Effect Trilogy is your game. Do any of you have a game that would make you cry? Like it did for Callie with her game, with Persona. I probably shouldn't be breaking up Callie, but like, it was definitely interesting to see that. And like, I feel her. I understand why she was that way. Even though I myself don't really think I've ever been that way. Like, I can't think of too many games where I was, like, super sad. I really can't. Huh. Anyways. Let's talk about, Final Fantasy X. So, Final Fantasy X. First PS2 game. Amazing game. It's one of my favorite FF games. I put it up there with FF9, Final Fantasy Tactics, FF6, and FF7. It is up there with all of those. Now, granted, there are some things about that could have been done better. And I know people hate Aegis. And honestly, I can understand why people don't like Aegis. But I also think that people don't really get why Aegis is that way. And I'm not going to go into that because that's going to spark a whole bunch of stuff, comments probably. But like, in my opinion, I think people don't understand that Aegis is in a completely different world. He doesn't know how to really act. He doesn't know how to really respond. Like, he doesn't know what to do. Like, anyone would probably act that way. Like, how is he supposed to act, right? Like, he doesn't know where he is, he doesn't know what's going on, and then he finds out, oh, I'm here at this time. And that would be hard to process. And really, when you think about it, he just really hooked it well. Like, he really hooked that, and he pushed on from that, knowing that he may never go back. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think I remember that, actually. Also, for those who are wondering, who do you think is my favorite character in FF10? Actually, let's go back a little bit. Final Fantasy VII. Who's my favorite character? Well, Yuna is in 10. There's two of them in 10, actually. Yuna's high. Final Fantasy VII is Aerith. Yes. How about Final Fantasy VIII? Eight might actually surprise you. You like Quiscus? I didn't really care much for Quiscus myself, in all honesty. But 8, it's not Renoa. Even though I think I like Renoa a little bit more now. But for 8, it was Irvine. Why Irvine? I don't know, Cowboy Goo. Cowboy Goo with shotgun. I like that guy. I don't know. I just like Irvine. I can't explain it. Yeah, Irvine is very punchable. How about FF9? There's 2 in FF9. Actually, FF9 has a few of them. Laguna is pretty good in FF8. You are correct. Vivi is the one that I like the most, yes. I do like Steiner. Vivi, Steiner are the ones I like. I also appreciate Garnet. I like Garnet. Like, I like Garnet and her character development. Also, she's pretty. She actually is kind of pretty. Like, I didn't realize it back then, but, like, you look at her and, like, she actually is kind of pretty. Although the PlayStation era had the Tifa syndrome. Tifa, Renoa, Garnet, they all had, like, the same face, almost. They had very similar faces. Now, my types, I mean, that's a completely different story, you know? I mean, you know, I don't think Garnet and Renoa have anything on Tifa. I mean, you know, I don't know. Anyways, let's go back a little bit. How about Final Fantasy VI? Who's my favorite character? Come on, this one should be obvious. This one is super obvious. I don't need to explain FF6. I don't need to explain FF6. The Celeste scene? Why are you talking about the Celeste scene? What? What's that got to do with favorite FF6 character for me? Although I will say, the Pixel Remaster version of the opera is amazing. I am impressed. But, for those who don't know, is Hera. So, FF10, you said Yuna. The other favorite of mine is Auron. You may notice a trend with, male characters a little bit. Auron, Mitsurugi, Ryoma in Power Stone. There's probably someone else I'm forgetting. I didn't mind Waka. Yeah. Waka was okay. Yeah, I had a friend who really liked Riku too. And everyone looked at him like, why do you like Riku? But, let's take a look at my favorite Final Fantasy males, okay? So I said Auron. FF9 is Steiner and Phoebe. FF8 is Irving and Laguna. FF7 is Sig, and I do like Barrett, who. FF6 is Edgar, is Sabin, and Cyan. I don't know what that says of me with male characters. But I do like Yuna and Auron the most. Sig is like amazing in 7. Fun fact, in FF7, my original favorite character was Barrett. And then it became Sig. And then it became Aerith. Don't know why it changed. I don't know why it changed from Barrett to Sig to Aerith, but it did. I wasn't really into Vincent. Vincent wasn't really a character I was very much into. And on FF8, it was always Irving. Like, no other FFs really, like, changed what the characters like to do for FF7. Who, Vincent? Yeah, I saw Vincent in, Rebirth. He's a little bit goofy. Rebirth, I really want to do for the stream. I really want to play Rebirth. That's a game I want to play, but I don't have a way of playing it, and it makes me sad. It really makes me sad. FF10. I know there are people that like Lulu, but honestly, I'm not into Lulu. He felt Barrett Cloud. I'm like, I didn't like Cloud originally too much. I've grown to like Cloud more. Yeah, I guess. What a song this is. Wow, this song lasted almost 3.5 hours. Over 3.5 hours, this playlist. But, yeah, Lulu, don't really care for. Kimari, just here. Kimari, I exist. Kimari does nothing. Well, keep in mind, my first time seeing gameplay was also you playing the remake. Oh yeah? Oh yeah! I remember you helped with thumbnails for that. Which thank you for helping with the thumbnails. Because I remember the one with Barrett with the camera and can you hear the cries of the planet? I know you can! Where are they going? Embarking on adventure to find some treasure? Barrett is so great in FF7 Remake. Yeah, that was the best Barrett one. That was the best thumbnail. But yeah, like, Barrett is so great in Remake and Rebirth. They really did a good job on him. He's probably one of my favorite characters. I still like Aerith. I think they also did really great with Aerith, who added a lot of personality to both her and Barrett, which you wouldn't really get in the original. It's there in the original, but it's shown a lot better in Remake and Rebirth. Why does this sound like a Guilty Gear song? It sounds like a freaking Guilty Gear song. So, we get past FF10. The Sephiroth stuff. I know what they're doing with the Sephiroth stuff, actually. This is, This is Sakia's theme. This is in Concealed Conclusion. It's from, it's her boss theme from Embodiment of Scarlet Gavel. Hold on. Yeah, you can't really tell, but it is. So, FF10, great game, great story, fun battle system. I like the battle system. It was innovative. It actually keeps you, on your toes. It's also a big rock, paper, scissors, system, when you really think about it. You're playing a lot of rock, paper, scissors with that game. Sonic community goes out and eggs more than the FF community adores Sephiroth. I don't want to trade communities. Yeah, I've never done expert grid, and here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I'm gonna mute this. If I were to ever redo all the Final Fantasies, that would mean I would have Final Fantasy X and X2 HD for the Switch, which I've never opened, by the way. So, if I were to ever redo Final Fantasy X, I might actually try the Expert Spear Grid, because I've never tried it. And I fear for myself, because I don't know what the Expert Spear Grid is going to be like at all. It sounds very scary for me, not gonna lie. Hentu is in. Yeah, I know Hentu's the international person. Honestly, if I were to redo all of them, I don't know if I want to do Hentu. I'm not gonna lie, Hentu is actually what we're gonna be talking about next, because that's my next FF game. Hentu, the battle system is honestly pretty good. I don't mind the battle system. But the story is trash. I'm not gonna lie. The story is absolute trash. Like, which one? Are you talking about Yuna? Are you talking about Riku? Are you talking about LeBlanc? All three of them basically do that. LeBlanc. But yeah, like, the story for FF10 did not need to exist. Like, FF10 had a conclusive ending. And yes, I did cry at FF10's ending. So did Theo. I thought it was really sad. It was really sad for me. Now, I can't really cry at it now. But, like, back then, it was really, really sad. Yeah, that's basically the plot. So, Yuna's hunting for Aegis, away to find Aegis. She gets Aegis back, spoilers. And then you get 2.5, which is not a game, but like a drama CD or something. And Aegis dies. Like, Yuna Aegis goes out to sea. And, they get stranded, right? And they've been having a lot of arguments with one another. Yuna was getting jealous of Aegis being around her girls. And Aegis got mad, and he went to kick what he thought was a blitz ball on the beach. And, it was a bomb. So he just kicked the bomb, blew up, and the last thing Yuna saw before she passed out was Aegis' head. Like, dude, what? Excuse me? Yeah, that's the thing that actually happened. And then she woke up and he was fine. But here's the thing. She travels to this island, and she finds out that Higas is not actually alive. That Higas that's next to her is a dream of hers. And if he knew that he was a dream of hers, he would disappear. If I recall, that's what happened. Also, he is being a weird memory clone of some other dude. If you're talking about Suryan, he might be a clone of Suryan. But yeah, like, that happened with them. Yeah, and did you know Orin had a daughter? Orin has a daughter somehow. And here's the thing. Orin's daughter came to Yuna and warned her of, guess what? Can you guess what she was warning Yuna about? You're gonna love it. You're gonna love where they're going with this. I'm gonna give you a little bit of time. The return of Sin. Sin was gonna return. Why? Sin was in the far plane and he was about to return. Huh? But Sin's gone. Yunyakin's dead. So, what? So that's that. So, here's the fun thing. Are you ready for this? They're thinking of making a Final Fantasy X-3. Remember that? They've been thinking of making a Final Fantasy X-3. Why? Leave Spira alone. Well, here's the other thing. You know what else we don't need? And here's the thing that's really annoying me. Are you ready? They're also thinking of making a Final Fantasy 9-2. Why? Leave it alone. Why do you think it needs a sequel? Why? It doesn't need a sequel. Like, FF9 had a definitive ending. It left off where it should have left off. Leave it alone. It's like with Final Fantasy IV, if they made the after years, nobody liked it. Like, bro, the after years were so bad. Hen2 was so bad. Revenant Wings, so bad. Hen2, or 13-2, it makes no sense. Like, sequels to these games, they don't usually work out. FF7 is probably the only one where sequels and prequels actually work to some degree. Unless you count Dirge of Cerberus, which, Dirge of Cerberus. We don't talk about Dirge of Cerberus. But Final Fantasy X-2 did not need to exist. And X-2 was just like Breath of Fire 3. Too many mini-games. Because it was the most popular FF game. It had a cohesive story, to some degree. Maybe. Actually, I don't even know if they knew what they were going to do with FF7, in all honesty. Yeah, 13-3, like, I don't know, man. The 13 series is kind of bad. Not gonna lie. But yeah, Hen Who had some of the worst minigames. Hey guys, do you want to do math? Guys, do you want to do math? Oh boy, math! Haha. Ha ha ha. Math! Oh my god! Not the math! Anything but the math dungeon! Huh. Not to mention other things. I mean, FF10 had some pretty bad minigames. Dodge 200 lightning bolts in a row. Blitzball, I didn't like. Chocobo Racing, didn't like. But Hen2 had a lot of stuff. Oh no! Kay, you'll understand what I mean by math dungeon. I mean actual math. Like, if you want to know how bad it is, look it up. It had to do, like, let me put, like, some, things here. Result. Here's an example. I kid you not. They will do that in that dungeon. And it's randomized. Every playthrough, it's randomized. Actually, I think it's randomized every time you go in. So if you reset, it's random. But yes, you will run into things like that. It's awful. It's super, super awful, Kay. It's one of the reasons why I don't like FF10 2. Let me do that. The minigames are awful. The story is bad. It didn't need to exist. Now, I also played on Forbidden Technology. Yeah, the worst for Hen2. I played Final Fantasy X International. Dare I say, the international only content? Moogle suit stream? What do you mean Moogle suit? What, you want me to wear a Moogle suit? No, I don't think I want to wear a Moogle suit. But, let me just say, if Final Fantasy X International, I did 100% Hen2 on the first playthrough when I, did it. But, the Hen International stuff was really bad. It was the Dark Aeon stuff and Penance. That is stuff I'm going to be skipping if I do the Hen HD remaster. Because it's just bad. It's really bad. Square with their extra content in later versions of games are always bad. Always. It's not fun. Yeah, I basically would have to go Zen mode. Because guess what? If you want to beat some of those bosses, the world ends with you. I've never played a single Wooey game. Never played a single Wooey game. Now, the next Final Fantasy. Don't play the sequel? Got it. Let's talk about a game that I did not really enjoy, but I did 100%. And showed stuff on stream, I believe. Do you know what game I'm about to talk about? Let me put it this way. I don't like MMOs. I am not an MMO person. The trial version of WoW that Down had me play, I didn't like it. I did not like it at all. So, for PlayStation 2, what game, what RPG do you think I'm gonna mention that I didn't really enjoy? Needs more Star Ocean? I do want to do more Star Ocean at some point or another. I really do. So, what if I told you Final Fantasy 12? Are you crying yet? I'm crying. It's actually some people's favorite Final Fantasy, and I don't know why. I really don't. It's just... I don't like the combat. I don't like the combat. I don't like Vaughn. I don't care for Penelo. I really don't care much for the cast of characters. Like, Boss was okay. Balthier was good. Fran was okay. But, like, everyone else was just like, nah. The story was boring. I will keep that in mind if I play Star Ocean 3. Yeah, I know Vaughn was so good because they didn't want to have an older character be the main character. So they threw in Vaughn so that the player can relate to Vaughn. And it's like, Vaughn is so terrible. Like, he's uninteresting. He serves no purpose in the story whatsoever. Like, zero purpose. Same with Penelo. Zero purpose. At all. It's all Balthier and ass. Beer Captain... I thought Balthier was supposed to be the main character. Like, Boss wasn't who was supposed to be the main, it was Balthier. As far as I remember, it was like Balthier and Fran. Sky Pirate guy, you know? But yeah, I did not enjoy FF12. I did do everything in it, just so I could say I did. But I never really want to play FF12 ever again. Like, if I do all FFs again, I'm not doing FF12, because you can just look at my channel, I already did FF12, I'm not redoing FF12. I'm just not. It does not need to be redone. The only thing that will get me to do it, and I hate breaking this up, is the Zodiac Age. Fun fact, I did not break this up for PlayStation era. I did play Wild Arms 2. I never beat it though. I never did beat Wild Arms 2. Thank you for reminding me about Wild Arms. I need to play that at some point. Other RPGs for PlayStation 2. Let me look here. There was not really many RPGs that I played for the PS2. So it was the FF series, and then there was one other series that I started with. And that's all I did for RPGs. I think RPGs kind of died out for me of the PS2. I don't remember hearing much about RPGs of the PS2 compared to PS1. Yeah. So, you all know it. You all know where this is going. It is fire, fire, blizzard, thunder, heal, stop, force. I can't think of any other noises he makes. It's just Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 1 was so good when I first played it. Nowadays, whenever I play Kingdom Hearts 1, I don't really want to play it because it's a little bit clunky. But when I first played Kingdom Hearts 1, it was so good. Stop, whack, whack, whack. No, I was just making, like, you know, the noises that Sora likes to make. Ha, ha, yeah, ha, ha, yeah, I don't know if he makes that noise. But, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 was amazing. Seeing the Final Fantasy characters with the Disney characters was like, whoa, this is wild. It was really wild. Yeah, I do like Kingdom Hearts 2 better, but I will say that I'll get Kingdom Hearts 2 a little bit. Kingdom Hearts 1 ended on I think Kingdom Hearts 1, if they wanted to do a cliffhanger, it ended on a good enough cliffhanger, I think. Like, that was a good way to do a cliffhanger into the next game. I think. Like, he wants to be reunited with the girl he saved, you know? He wants to be reunited with his friends. And, you know, Riku was nowhere to be found anymore. So I thought it was, yeah, Hugh back in next game was Chain of Memory, and that was all the Game Boy fans. Like, that's the thing about Kingdom Hearts. They threw all the games, all the canon games, all across different platforms, which make it stupidly hard to keep up with the series. So by the time you got Kingdom Hearts 2, yeah, because of Kingdom Hearts 2. But like, you play Kingdom Hearts 1, then you got Kingdom Hearts 2, and you're like, what's going on? What happened between 1 and 2? Like, it made no sense as to what happened. But I mean, sometimes that happens, you know? But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 was amazing. I don't think I could go back to Kingdom Hearts 1, though. It did capture my heart as a young boyling. It really did. Yeah, no one had every console play every Kingdom Hearts. I could go back to Kingdom Hearts 2 a lot easier than Kingdom Hearts 1, honestly, in my opinion. I prefer 2 more. And here's the thing about 2 and 1. The minigames, trying to complete the Jiminy Journal. Oh my god. Was there really a reason to ever complete the journal? I don't think there ever was, right? I think that was just for bragging rights. But like, some of the minigames were frustrating. They really were. And I will say some of the bosses were kind of aggravating. I'm not going to go over all of Kingdom Hearts. There was an entire Zatsudan about Kingdom Hearts bosses, so if you want to know about that, go watch that. Even though that's really, really long. But in terms of the game, Kingdom Hearts 2 was a lot more fluid than Kingdom Hearts 1. The story was much more focused. Like, Kingdom Hearts 1, well, honestly, the problem with Kingdom Hearts games early on is it was basically just Disney plot. It was mostly follow the Disney plot, and then you have a little bit with the original characters. Follow the Disney plot. Original characters. Follow the Disney plot. I disagree. There's Phantom in Kingdom Hearts 1 as well. Sephiroth was annoying to Kingdom Hearts 1, but I think Phantom was worse. Yeah, it was more focused on being a platformer, which it was not really a very good platformer, I feel. It was not a very good platformer. Yeah, the Chameleon is also bad because you don't have Cure. But yeah, Phantom is the worst in Kingdom Hearts 1 for me. Clayton was the worst normally, because you don't have curing. Clayton hits like a truck, and it's annoying. But Kingdom Hearts 2, I think, you know how I said, there were crushes early on? With, Hera, Marl, and, Aelia, and it was like, yeah, he loved blindside you. And, like, Aerith. Did I mention Aerith? I might mention Aerith. What if I told you young Xeno actually liked Kairi? I don't know why young Xeno liked Kairi. I really don't. Kairi is pretty cute. You're not wrong. But like, I don't know. Was that the only reason young Xeno liked Kairi? I do. Yeah. I see your username there. But I keep saying that Kairi needs her own game. Like, Kairi really needs her own game at this point. It's like how Zelda's finally getting her own game. Like, although I wish the art style for the new Zelda game. Wait, it was a phone game? Wait, Kairi had her own game? Really? I can imagine... I guess it was Melody of Memory. I guess you're not wrong. Sadly, you're not wrong. Oh. Melody of Memory was an interesting game, I will admit. I did get copyright held back, if I recall. But yeah, honestly, in my opinion, the way Kingdom Hearts 2 ended, that's where it should have ended. Although, I will say, I say it should have ended there, but then we didn't have a resolution to Maleficent. We didn't have a resolution to the, Heartless. We didn't have a resolution to the No-Base. So there was plot strings not, finished. Have we not heard anything about Kingdom Hearts 4? Like, I remember they were doing Kingdom Hearts 4, but I haven't heard anything about it. You can't tell me what games, or, what songs to not stream? I don't remember, I mean, I have the game, I could look, but I have to, you know, probably reinstall the game, and I don't really want to do that. But yeah, like, there was 3 plots. Did they ever... Like, we never got a resolution to Maleficent, did we? Even in Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, they had to hire a webpage. Oh. Oh, it was mostly Yuka songs? Right. Because Yuka songs get immediately copyright. I remember that happening to a Mint stream, where she sang Simple and Clean, and it got taken down because of copyright. I remember that happening to Mint. It was like an unarchived stream, too. Give me just a second. But yeah, it took a long time for them to resolve the whole thing with the Heartless and the No-Base. And technically, they never did resolve the thing with the Heartless and No-Base, did they? And then you have, like, the, something else. I forget what else popped up. I really don't remember what else popped up. There was something else that popped up, too. But yeah. Moving on. Let's go to the thing that I really play for on the PS2 a lot. Are you ready? The first game I'm going to mention, and people are going to cry. They're going to cry hard. Are you ready? Here we go. Capcom Fighting Evolution. Yes, Capcom Fighting Evolution. You heard me mention the forbidden game. Yeah, I know, my, streams for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 with the intro and ending. The first and last streams of 1 and 2 both got blocked worldwide because of the songs. And I was just like, why? Why? These are like ancient and now you're blocking them worldwide? Ugh. Copyrights are a pain in the butt. I swear. They're big they're big pain in the butt. I don't know, they did copyright claim them, but they also just blocked it worldwide. I don't know, it makes no sense to me. It's like what happened with Dragon Quest XI, remember that, difficult, where I had to, like, cut out the endings for Dragon Quest XI, because they, blocked the, endings, and it blocked the videos worldwide. You remember that? Even though nothing really happened in the endings? Ugh. And I remember that happening with, another game where, I think it was like, oh yeah, it was, Dissidia. Dissidia! Remember that with Dissidia? With the ending of Dissidia? Where I had to cut out the endings? Including a CGI cutscene with the warrior light waking up and being alone. I had to cut that out because they copyright claimed that and it blocked the video. And I'm just like, why is this blocking the video? And all the stuff with Gilgamesh blocked the video worldwide. And I'm like, why? Yeah, Fate at Stella. After day 2. In-game. It's just like, bro, what is with this copyright? Why is it so dumb? Like, why are you why? Just why? Like, it's free promotion for the game. Usually, if people see it, they will usually go and buy the thing, right? Usually. Or maybe they need help with something, if this helps them. Right? Like, I don't get it. Like, oh no! They sold the intro! It's like, yeah, I remember Persona 5, it's just like, bro, like, I think you're taking it a little too far. Like, it's not that big of, it's not the end of the world. You're not losing money, I swear. I swear you're not losing money. And here's the thing that kills me. It's like, with some of the older stuff, like Fate at Stella, is the company even getting money for that anymore? Like, I'm sure at this point with Fate at Stella, if you're getting the game, it's probably pre-used or something. I highly doubt that the company is getting money for that game, unless it's like on Steam or something, right? It's just like, it's insane. Released Fate at Stella? Amazing. Amazing. The game is on Steam? Oh. Well, maybe people are buying it on Steam then. Alright, so, Capcom Fighting Evolution. 3 words you never want to hear together. I did actually play this a lot growing up. Believe it or not. So, I will say the game is awful. It is one of the worst fighting games out there. It really is. They try, it's basically Mugen. If anyone's played Mugen, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They try to mix in Street Fighter 2 mechanics, Street Fighter 3 mechanics, Street Fighter Alpha mechanics, Red Earth mechanics, Darkstalker mechanics, and I think that's it. I can't remember anything else. You try to mix 5 game mechanics together. What? What's sad? And also, Ingrid played completely different from everyone else who's their stat. I know Evolution isn't collection. Believe me, I know. People have been looking up my Midnight Bliss video for that. My Midnight Bliss video for Capcom Fighting Evolution blew up. It like exploded. There was comments everywhere. It got so many views. And I was just like, holy crap, what's going on? And I saw the collection. I'm like, holy crap, it's in this collection. What is going on? Why are they bringing this back? Make everyone play like a Pocket Virus character. But yeah, would it surprise you if I actually like using Ingrid? I think Ingrid's a fun character, really. I like her design. She has a nice design. I think it's a good design. I think her playstyle's fine. Why do people only hate her because she's from this game? Like, no, she's in, Alpha 3 Max. And what game's that, Rory? Upper had the Game Boy Advance characters, I think. Actually, I don't even know if... No, I don't think they're in it. Upper had, like... Hatsunoka vs. Cap. I'd be so surprised if they re-released that. A Mary Sue? Oh yeah, because she's a goddess. Right. Like, she didn't even really do anything in Street Fighter Alpha 3. She was only in Street Fighter Alpha 3 as a guest. And that's non-canon anyways. So, like, what are they complaining about? Yeah, Hatsunoko. Yeah. I know nothing about Hatsunoko. And I guess it was technically in Street Fighter Cross Tekken. And she's the reason why Street Fighter Cross Tekken even happened. But, like, you know. Oh, because of it being her own energy and not from Psycho Power. But again, like, that's like non-canon in Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. Like, she's non-canon in Street Fighter, from what I know. But yeah, Capcom Fighting Evolution is interesting. Also, Dimitri was fun in it. It was interesting. I think that's the game where I first saw Midnight Bliss, actually. It wasn't Darkstalkers. It wasn't until much later where I got to play Darkstalkers with, Theo. But Capcom Fighting Evolution is where I first saw that, and Pharaoh's Curse. And I was like, this is wild. This is weird. And I will say that Ingrid has the best Midnight Bliss, hands down. You don't really like Darkstalkers? I think it's a fun little series myself. I don't mind it. Give me just a second, one second. Moving along. A game that I love, and I wish to play more of, and I want to do fight nights with. Does anyone know what fighting game this is? We played it recently, Hate. We did play this recently. It is Capcom versus SNK 2. I love that game. I do really love that game. I wish I was better at it, but like, there's a lot of characters to learn. There's a lot of stuff to learn. But it's such a good game. And when you say Capcom versus SNK, you mean Street Fighter versus King of Fighters, right? You mean Street Fighter versus King of Fighters. I think the issue with CVS is it really is just Street Fighter versus King of Fighters. They could have varied up the roster more. Like, it was interesting to see Hawamaru and Nakaruru and Hibiki and Kyosuke and Morgan and was there any other guest characters? I don't remember any other guest characters. But it was mostly just Street Fighter KOF, which isn't a bad thing in itself, but they could have acted a lot more. Like, you know, if it's Capcom vs. SNK, like, Marvel vs. Capcom did better with it to a degree. Tatsunoko vs. Capcom did a really good job with it. They really carried up the cast in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. SBC Chaos was a little bit better with the roster, even if it is smaller. It had a more varied roster than CVS. But, like, that doesn't stop CVS from being a good game. You know? What the heck did you just link me, hate? What is this, hate? What image did you just give me? That is, okay. Okay. That is not... I am glad that OBS doesn't change what I'm capturing. Yes! Did you know that I use Roll in, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom? Roll is one of the ones I use. And it's like the only game I really use Roll in. I tried her in Marvel vs. Capcom and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. She's too weird to use those games. But I do like how she plays in Tatsunoko. Now, here's a fun thing. Are you ready for the next game? By the way, if you're wondering who I use in CVS 2, it is, Rugal, Geese, Hawamaru, Mai, Athena, Nakaruru, Blanca, Akuma, Dan. I use a lot of characters, let's just say. But those are the main ones you're going to see me use in CVS 2. Now! Are you ready for this game? This is a game that nobody would expect me to own or play. I didn't play it very much, but here is the game. It's another fighting game. Are you ready? Can you guess the name of the game? What if I told you Dead or Alive 2? I did not know what this game was when I got it. And when I played it, I was like, what even is this game? Like, what even is this game? And then many years later, I saw more Dead or Alive, and I'm like, these guys are horny. These guys are really, really horny. Like, who... They don't hide it. They are horny. And a Halo Spartan, what? That's weird. Yeah, there's like... I'm not a big fan of fan service, honestly. I'm really not a big fan of fan service. It's probably why you won't see Dead or Alive on this channel. I also don't want to get into trouble, you know? Just gotta play it safe there. I don't remember anything about Dead or Alive 2. That's fighting game, and you all saw this on stream through forbidden technology. I think I know what you mean. Maybe. Okay. Hate, you saw this on screen. Hate, you know that this made me very angry on screen. And it's a collection. There's 2 collections. I present to you Fatal Fury Battle Archives Volume 1 and Volume 2. Let me just say, old SNK games, I do not wish to ever go back to. I have no inclination to go back to those games. At all. Fatal Fury 1, I'll give it a pass. You also saw it happen. I couldn't remember if you did or not. Fatal Fury 1, I'll give a pass, because it was the very first game. You really want me to play Last Blade 2? I know nothing about Last Blade 2, by the way. No, not really. Fatal Fury gets a pass because it's the first game. Fatal Fury 2, no. No, Axel Hawk to go burn. I don't like Axel Hawk. I don't like Krauser. And the AI is a same jerk. Also, you know who else I don't like? I don't like Jubei. I do not like Jubei. You know why I don't like Jubei? Because he's just gonna grab you all the time. And there's nothing you can do about Jubei grabbing you. And it's aggravating. And it's just like, oh my god, stop grabbing me 24/7, you stupid old man. Ugh. Freaking Jubei, man. Freaking Jubei. And all the other Fatal Furies, I didn't really care for them. Like Fatal Fury Special, Fatal Fury 3, Real Bout, they didn't feel that good. If I wanted to play a fighting game, I'm so glad that I played Street Fighter instead of Fatal Fury. I really am. I probably would not have gotten into fighting games if I was playing Fatal Fury. Just saying. Why would you be installing that, Rory? Why? 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 That's the fighting game. You all know it. Hate knows it. Hate probably prefers this version of the game over the other version. I bring to you Guilty Gear Accent Core. A game where my Dizzy is actually very bad because Dizzy is very weird in that game. I understand what to do with her a little bit more, but that game is weird. Extra input to what? Ew. Disgusting. But yeah, Accent Core is honestly... Dude, Anji was like... I don't know what Anji's problem was. I could not fight Anji. I'm just like, dude, what do I do about this guy? And also, I'm not good at the game, so that kind of helped both of us, that we both weren't good at the game. Like, my Dizzy was bad, my Johnny was bad. I didn't really know how to use anyone, so, like, it kinda helped with the experience. I mean, my Dizzy was still kinda mean a little bit, but it's not XR Dizzy where, you know, she's full-on bully. Also, don't forget May and her Blanca balls. I can see why they took the Blanca balls away, because what the heck even is that move? That move is disgusting. But yeah, Accent Core was a pretty good game. It's still a pretty solid game. I still prefer XR more, just because the mechanics are easier to deal with. Because, dude, I don't know how you do Roman cancels in Accent Core. I really don't. They're so freaking bizarre to pull off. You have to actually time it, and I don't know what the timing is at all. The timing is just like, it's all messed up. It really is. And then there's Guilty Gear X, which I did with all the Guilty Gear, where Dizzy was the final boss. You practice the, Roman cancels in Accent Core. Yeah. I thought I was hearing my dogs. My bad. But yeah, like, I don't know where they are with Dizzy, and you want them with her ice bike. Like, I don't know where they're at in her ice bikes. At least in XR, you can do it, but I think XR is a little bit too lenient. To the point where you need to do Roman cancels, do presser, like, 24/7. They're a little too good in XR, I feel. And then you have, like, Guilty Gear X, which, why play that when you have Accent for it, honestly? And then, we have a fighting game that's not a fighting game. I bring to you a game I own and never played on console. Guilty Gear Isuka. I'm not a fan of it. I am not a fan of it. It's not my favorite game. It's kinda, you know, it's kinda just whatever. Excuse me. I'm not a fist. But, like, I didn't enjoy it at all, really. It's not really that great. And, you know, trying to get yourself to turn around, like, you have to button dedicate turning around. And doing the inputs that game, just, it didn't work. It just... It never worked. Plain and simply put. The next fighting game, this is also something that me hate play, and I do like it, but I'm not going to be playing it seriously, because, you know, I'm not that kind of level with this game. I'm not that great at this game. I like it, I'm not good at it. And so, what game would that be? Anyone know? Anyone have an idea? What if I said Marvel vs. Capcom 2? Smashy says when I murder people left and right when I used to play all the time. But yeah, MPC 2, I do like, but it's a type of game. If I was good at MPC 2, it wouldn't be fun. Probably. But I also really don't want to be good at it because, like, I don't That requires really good precision, and I'm not that precise anymore. I don't think I can do like all that precise stuff like I used to. I really don't think so. Next fighting game. It's a game that I streamed. You both probably saw. I got very upset at. Very upset at. If you know, you know. So, what if I told you the name of the game is... Yeah, that's basically what it is. The name of the game is Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. This game. This game. This freaking game. This game. Can I just say I hate this game? I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it. I mean, it's probably better if you play it with actual people. Like the AI. King Lion. The final bosses are all dumb. Because SNK boss syndrome. It was, I will say though, it was interesting to see an in-house fighting game with a bunch of characters from various series. It wasn't just like KOF versus Last Blade versus Fatal Fury or something like that. It was a lot of interesting the roster was good. It was varied. I wish Capcom would do that with their own IPs. Give us Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, Rival Schools, Power Stone. Give us freaking Breath of Fire. Give us Resident Evil. Give us like a bunch of stuff. Ghosts and Goblins. You know what? Heck, let's make the princess from Ghosts and Goblins a playful character. Why not? Guinevere, go ahead. Go beat up someone. We have Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright was a playful character. Why not the princess? Why not, you know, like, some other Capcom random person? You know? Freaking Onimusa. Freaking people that were in Hatsudoku vs. Capcom, like, I was thinking of Samanosuke, but that's Onimusa. Like Saki. Bring those people back. Why does Capcom not do this? People would love it, I guarantee it. Because it would, you know, they have to acknowledge that some of these things exist, you know, like Breath of Fire and Darkstalkers. Ooh, we can't let them know that this exists. But yeah, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, not my favorite game. How about this one? I own it, but I lost it, so I don't have it anymore. How about Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament? Oh yeah, they haven't touched Devil May Cry in ages. Well, they did. They actually had a Devil, I think it was a mobile Devil May Cry, but it was like awful or something. I don't remember. I don't know why everybody has to go a mobile, but I don't even know what they would do with Devil May Cry anymore. Like, Dante and Virgil were pretty much done, right? Yeah, they did say that even though, you know, a lot of people bought the collection, Like, a lot of people bought the collection and support Darkstalker, but they said that they didn't sell enough copies to continue the series or something. It's like, bro, really? Really? So next up, oh yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. I didn't play much of Yu Yu Hakusho. I don't remember anything about the Yu Yu Hakusho game. And I'm gonna go back to the PlayStation era, because this is gonna tie into the PS2. But how many of you played the Inuyasha fighting game? How many of you played the PlayStation Inuyasha game? It was not a very good PlayStation fighting game, I'll have you know. The PS2 one was a lot better. But it was also kind of just, it was another 3D arena fighter, you know. Darkstalkers can only exist in versus, pretty much. Only a crossovers. And as long as it's not Dimitri, if it's Dimitri, oh boy, we can't have Dimitri. Even though, you know, he was in Cross Edge, and they did do Midnight Bliss in Cross Edge, so, I mean, that was also a sprite game, too. You played the PS1 game, you remember how bad it was? It was not a very good game. It was a very broken, easy game. Okay. So, we're gonna go through a bunch of these in a row. So, we are going to go through the King of Fighters 2000, 2001, 2002, 2002 Unlimited Max, 2003, and King of Fighters 11. Oh, is that why they don't like Dimitri? Is that why? But yeah, 2000 to 11. Of the KOFs in that time era, 2003 and 11 are the ones I played the most. I think it was 11 that I played the most out of all the KOF games. Just because it had more characters to work with and all of that. Now, all of the KOFs, as I mentioned, all blend together, except for the final boss, and, which one was it? Was it 2001 that had Ignis? No, I think it was it was 2001 that had, no, wait. It was 2002 that had Ignis, right? 2003 was Mukai. Ignis was so dumb. I hate fight Ignis. Ignis was bad. Mukai was annoying. Magaki's terrible. They were all bad. Like, Chrysalis and, Zero were honestly not that bad to fight compared to everyone after them. Poisonous Seth? I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. I think they just don't want to do extra models for Midnight Bliss. That's why they don't bring Dimitri back. So, there's all those KOFs. I played KOF 11 the most. It's been years since I last played. I wish it was on Fight Cake. I don't think it is. Actually, I think it is on Fight Cake. Let me look. I think it's in the... Yeah, it's on the rotation. It is on Fight Cake. Never mind. So that will happen eventually. I don't remember much about it, though. I do know that's where I started using Athena the most. And I also tried to use Haru and Maxima, but I was never that great with them. So, moving on. We have the 3D KOFs. And I did play the 3D ones a fair amount. So, Maximum Impact in 2006. What is there to say about them? They're very jank. They're very, very jank. Doing combos in those games is a massive pain in the butt. And sometimes you don't even need no combos. Also, I made a buddy of mine quit playing the game outright. If you're wondering, what did you do? Did you bully them? Did you like make it so that they couldn't play? No. The reason they quit playing is because I parried the Buster Wolf. And he's like, that's BS. You shouldn't be able to parry a Buster Wolf. And he just quit. It's just like, I mean, you can parry like almost anything in 2006 and Maximum Impact. Like, I got so many things parried that, you know, yeah. So getting a Buster Wolf parry shouldn't have been, you know, that bad, honestly. Moving along, I am going to end the stream when I get going with the PS2 era, because holy crap, it's almost been 5 hours. Man, for someone who doesn't know how to yap, I sure can yap. I wonder if I can match the Kieran in her yapping powers. Nah, the Kieran beats me in the yapping department. Anyway, Street Fighter EX3 was a very weird Street Fighter game. I think it was one of the first 3D Street Fighters, and it was weird because the way it played in arcade mode. Yeah, he kind of just threw it out there, yeah. And not to mention, you know, you can just side stuff in the 3D games, so like, throwing suppers out there. Nah, I could have just side stuff. Yeah, Street Fighter EX exists. EX3 is definitely a weird game. I can't really say anything else about it. It was just weird. It was a weird game. Speaking of Street Fighter, well, let's talk about the Street Fighter Anniversary Collection. So this is where I spent a lot of my fighting game time in the early fighting game era for me. Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Excuse me. So Third Strike is probably my most played fighting game alongside Capcom vs. SNK 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in this era. I also played a lot of Street Fighter 2. Now, all of this was with buddies, so I never really got to play any of this with friends. My left arm is acting up. That's not good. Major pain. Major pain. There's lots of pain happening. There's lots of pain happening. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ouch. So yeah, I used to be a lot better at Street Fighter 2 and 3 back in the past. You've seen me play Street Fighter 2 and 3 on the stream. I've gotten a lot worse at them. I do want to play both of them a lot more. If Hate, Rory, and Melty want to, we could do Fight Night at some point or another, whenever any of them want to play. I wonder if there's a way to do rotations. There might not be. But, yeah, I wouldn't be able to watch other people, probably. But yeah, I would like to play more Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 3 with people. As you can imagine, I do main Akuma in Street Fighter 3. I used to main Dudley as well, but my Dudley got really bad. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I would like to do more Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Maybe at some point I would watch you guys fight one another. Because I wouldn't mind watching, Hate and Murray fight one another, or fight Melty. It would be interesting. Just have a big old fight night, you know? And then just rotate around after, like, first 5 or something. Just so we could go, you know, have a little fun. Try not to abuse, infinites and stuff. Or, you know, stuff that might be unenjoyable. And the last thing I'm gonna bring up, by the way, Street Fighter 3, if you're wondering, hey, were you good with parry since you were good with parrying in Smash? No. I am not good at parrying. Never was. Never have been. Until this next game I'm about to mention. This is the final fighting game. Are you ready? I played 2 of these games. I played them a lot alongside the other fighting games. And I was a demon in these games. Because of said parrying. Parrying, patience, and outright outranging. No, not Street Fighter. I already brought up Street Fighter. Tekken, I only played Tekken 1. That was like many, many years ago, and I'm awful at Tekken. The game is Soul Calibur 2 and 3. Let me put it this way. I went through very hard mode with Yoshimitsu in Soul Calibur 2, and I managed to beat it on the hardest difficulty with a character I didn't know because I was so godlike at parrying. Yeah, it was the, what do they call it? It's not just defend, right? Just input? I don't remember the term now. It's been too long since I played Soul Calibur. But yeah, I was able to go home with the hardest difficulty AI with a character I didn't know because I knew how to parry, like, perfectly. And the AI would eventually give up parrying so you would actually get hits on it. I was so good at parrying that, and Theo was so good at parrying that in Soul Calibur 3, there was once a time when we had a parry war that lasted 5 minutes straight. 5 minutes of non-stop parrying, including highs, lows, mix-ups, and throws. Yes, you could parry throws, by the way, if you timed it right. We literally parried everything for 5 whole minutes. It was insane. And this was, Mitsurugi versus Haki, so our mains. This was our mains we did this on. Would I be able to do that now? Probably not. I don't think my reflexes are good enough to do that now. Maybe with a little bit of practice, but like... Man! Soul Calibur 2 is probably the best Soul Calibur in the series, I think. Soul Calibur 6 is good. It adds a lot more characters. But I feel Soul Calibur 2 is the best, really. Soul Calibur 3 is not bad. It is slower than Soul Calibur 2. And it does have better, single-player mode. Chronicles of the Sword is really addicting. Weapon Master wasn't bad, but I think Chronicles of the Sword was, better. So that's all the fighting games. So, as you can tell, the PS2 era was a whole lot of fighting games for me, with very little, RPGs. So, young Xenomic, what else did you play? Well, I forgot one fighting game that I'm never gonna stream because it's just gonna be copyright hell, to put it bluntly. And that is Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2. This was another game I was a menace in. I used to bully buddies of mine in this game so hard. And do you know who I made? Do you know who I bullied them with? You know who was my best? You'll never guess. Take a wild guess. Oh god, it's EPS1 game. Is that final bout? Cell? What makes you think it's Cell? Huh? What? What? What makes you think it was Cell? Huh? Why am I still angry? Stop being angry, me. Hold on. Why is it not working? Oi, you! Hold on. Are my buttons broken? It was not Android, no. Whoa, what's going on? It's not actually working. Alright, give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna reboot this real quick. I'm gonna poof. I think I need to reboot this. If you're wondering who the character was, it was, in fact, Krillin. My best was Krillin. For some reason, it was Krillin. I don't know why, but it was Krillin. I bullied everyone with Krillin. It was amazing. I loved it. It was so fun. I'm rebooting this right now because, buttons were not working, and I don't know why. So that's the last fighting game. Oh, I'm here. Is things working now? No, buttons are not working? Why are buttons not working here? Why you no work? Give me a second, I'm gonna test something real quick. I am gonna go here. Okay. Yeah, it's just not working. What? I don't know why it's not working. Interesting. My emotions! Why are they not working? Give me a second. I'm gonna check something real quick. Let's go back. No, I don't want that. I am emotionless. Is it because I have that on? No. Is OBS just being weird? OBS might just be weird. Hey, get back here. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I want here. Stop it. I don't want that. Oh, I was in the right spot, just at the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, it's just not working in OBS for some reason. It's being very weird. Okay, sir. Maybe because OBS has been open too long or something. I don't know. No idea. That's so weird that it just stopped working. I'll have to check that later. After the stream. But anyways, so I can wrap this up. Holy crap, it's late. I'm just gonna stop going through the rest of these. There is the Lord of the Rings, the Hoot Howard, which I never beat, ever. There's the Sonic Mega Collection, which I did stream, so Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, which is basically Genesis, but it's on here. Resident Evil 4, which is a very great Resident Evil game. I have speedran that a little bit back in the day. Mega Man 8, which I don't remember anything about Mega Man 8. There is Metal Gear Solid 2, which I also really loved, and I speedran that, and I got to the point where I speedran that in about 2-3 hours. I got good enough at Metal Gear Solid 2 that I used to be able to speedrun it 2-3 hours. Can you believe that? I sure cannot. There's Devil May Cry 3, which I would like to do on stream someday. I do like Devil May Cry 3. It is a fun little game. And the final game, which no one is really going to expect, I guarantee, is God of War, which I borrowed from, Downstroyer. Yeah, it was Downstroyer. So, that is the PlayStation era. Or PS2 era. So we spent almost 5 hours. I might try the other Devil May Cry games at some point. I did see Bijou play all of them, but who? I would like to see Fauna play 3. Really? That's weird. So, I spent 5 hours yapping about the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. Can you believe I spent 5 hours on the PS1 and PS2? I guess there was a little bit of N64 as well. But 5 hours on 2 consoles. I am a yapping machine. And look, we're still not done. We're not done, boys. I'm gonna tell you right now, PS5. PS5 is actually gonna go here. I have played the little PS5. I don't own it. But I have played a little bit of it. Not that much, though. I can't really give my opinion on the PS5. Everything else, I can give opinions. Virtual Boy? Virtual Boy is right here. It's like the unknown section because I've never dealt with Virtual Boy, and I've never done any forbidden technology with Virtual Boy. So there's that. Wait. The heck? Okay, so it allows me to do it when I'm in PC. I haven't done PC yet. These are the ones that's going to be for next time. So most of these are going to be a lot faster, but I do have stuff to say about some of these other things. I know that Wario Land 1 is one of the games. I don't know what the other 2 games are, though. Oh yeah, the last PS2 game. I forgot about this. Duelist of the Roses. Highly recommend it. It is a really good game. It is a very unique game. And it's a good... It's just fun. It's a fun Yu-Gi-Oh game. It really is. So I would highly recommend Duelist of the Roses. Now, because I know how to do slot machines in games, I know how to break the game real easily, just like it did in my World 1. So yeah. Next time, we will talk about these. Hopefully they don't take like 5 hours to go over. See, this is also why I started like an hour earlier than usual. I would have stopped at 6 if a certain Kieran was doing something at normal time. But because there was nothing to, you know, make me go away, I decided to keep going. I probably would have only gone PS1 today if that was the case. Because I wasn't expecting both PS1 and PS2 to be 5 hours long. I really did not. So, out of these are probably going to be some of the shorter ones. Now, I do have a fair amount of games that I've played for the Game Boy Advance, the Wii, the DS, obviously the Switch. The Switch is probably going to hit S here for a lot of reasons. PS4 I've played a lot of. PC, obviously, is probably going to be S here, too. But we'll talk about those when we get to those. So, that is where we're stopping for today. PS1 and PS2 both in A here. I think the Switch is really, really good. Just because of all the different stuff that it has on it. It also has some pretty good games. I know a lot of it's ports. Don't get me wrong, a lot of it is ports. But, it's because of that I was able to actually play a lot of these games. Now granted, I don't use it to, you know, play in handheld mode. My eyes are not good enough for that. Am I? Like, it is my list, yes. Like, if it was your list, it would be different. Like, I'm still debating on PS and PS2, because they are really, really good. Game Boy, you know, Xbox, I can't really speak on, because I only played a few Xbox games. And keep in mind, this is A, out of all the games I play, B, of the consoles I have played. Like, these right here are consoles. This is gonna go at the end, because I've never really played, these. So these are the ones that, I've never played, physically. Yeah, I never really got to play much Dreamcast. I only got to play, like, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Power Stone, and Worms Armageddon? I think it was Worms Armageddon. Those were, like, the only games I remember from Dreamcast myself. Like, I do like the NES, but it is, you know, ancient. I say that with SNES is up here, but SNES is home is some of the best stuff ever, in my opinion. In my opinion. I don't know why that doesn't work in OBS. That upsets me. That upsets me greatly. It might be because there's different keys going on or something. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that being a big thing. So that is all. Next time, we will go into all of this. Hopefully that won't take too long. It probably will. So yeah, we're going to go into a part 3 of this next week. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting PlayStation to PlayStation 2 to take about an hour. Maybe 2 at best. Nope. So I would say until next time, everyone, whatever that may be, I will see you all for more Hawk of Consoles. Thank you for joining. And for those of you who keep watching the channel, I will catch you tomorrow at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Let's Learn of Ho-Ho, a document of Scarlet Devil. So I will catch you all then, whatever that may be.